Oh, there we go. Right. Oh, a bit go down. That's a bit go down loud. Eh, turn that. That's
1 2 1 2. That's better. Okay, so we now have a working microphone. Thank God. But I don't know if I can come through. But what's pushing?
And about 15 seconds later, it was all over, and we did it.
Okay, so now I at last have got this shit working. I've been having a hard time recently, watching what's going on in the world and watching the people in the media, news and politicians especially, with all the bleeding heart, oh, we've got to do this and protect this, and all the Jews and all the Palestinians, and it's like, I'm 62 years old. I've been watching this happen every 2 3 years, every year sometimes. Attacks from the Arab states around Israel, Hamas, Hezbollah, the PLO back in the 70s, the PLO. You know, this has been going on for like 50, 60, 70, 80 years, And it went on before that. I mean, we're just talking about in recorded history, when we care about what they're doing and what happened. Yeah. Excuse me. Who has claimed to the land from 2,000 years ago? Because it says so in the Bible. Bollocks to that, but yeah, it's a foundation you could start on, but fuck it. The people that live there now didn't start any of this, although, yeah, Hamas started this now, but yeah, I'm looking at it and it's like, does it matter which side starts it? Because since the 70s, when I started to read about this, even went out in a few PLO marches supporting the PLO, before I read up about things and found out that everything wasn't the way that it was being portrayed to me. And I learned that some fights are too complicated and too ingrained with the people fighting for you to take a side. You can feel sorry for the people with the hardships they go through, but you could say the same about any peoples at some time in their history. The Irish with the potato famine, the Scottish with the clearances, the Highlands, I mean, you can find any small country that has been devastated by a greater and stronger power. I mean, if anything, the Jewish people should know what it's like to be under the heel of somebody else. I can totally understand how they feel, though, being surrounded by Arab nations who have cried out for decades that they want nothing but to rid the world of the Jews, and they've shown nothing but exactly that physical uh, destroying of Jewish people and eradicating them from their lands. There's no winners in a war. Everybody loses. I've always thought that we elect politicians to make the peace between nations, but apparently they're trying to make peace in one room and then leaving it and going to another room and creating chaos and war. I don't understand why we always have to have the edge. I think some negotiations can end up where neither wins, neither loses, 50-50 if they gets exactly 50-50. And people always fight for that wee edge. And the things that people do with power when they get them. This man, for instance, What did he do with the power he had when he was president? For all the claims and all the things he said he was going to do if you elected him, back in 2016, was it? 2015, 16. I mean, oh my God. He was going to give you the stars, the moon, and the sun. And a lot of people fell for it. I knew what he was when I seen him. But anyway, let's listen to him now. Remember those days when he was a man who could solve everything. He's the only man. Only he could solve the problems of America. Well, he had 4 years of it and solved fuck all. In fact, he left America in a bigger fucking dump than what it was when he got in there. But yeah, that's just my opinion perhaps. But anyway, let's see what he does. Let's see what we think about it.
But I'll never forget that Bibi Netanyahu let us down. That was a very terrible thing, I will say that. And so when I see...
the reason that he's now shitting on Netanyahu is when Biden was declared the President of America, obviously, world leaders, when a new president is declared in America, call the new president and say, congratulations on your, successful campaign and etc. blah blah blah. So Netanyahu did that, and Trump took an offence to this. Why didn't he support his view that it was all rigged and stolen from him? And it's like, this is a world leader of another nation, He didn't fucking know anything that went on in the elections in America. He expects America will come to a conclusion about their election and then tell the world, and then the world responds to it, which is what Netanyahu did. The world was told that Biden won. We weren't told all the nonsense and crap we'd heard that had been spoken about, but nobody believed it, not in the world outside America. Just the crazy people in America who wanted it to be true believed it. So Netanyahu called Biden and says, congratulations, Mr. President. And this is why Trump hates him now and says he's a Nazi. He double-crossed it. Yeah, he double-crossed him by not supporting him after he lost the election. As if he should come begging to Trump for any dealings with, America. No, there's a new president. You go and talk to the new president. You're yesterday, mate. Fuck off out of the way. But no, Trump couldn't let it go. And a lot of the Republicans, I don't know what is wrong with them, man. Is Trump like one of these evil aliens that came down and the parts of them drop off and become wee worms that burrow into humans' brains and turn them into fucking slaves? Because I don't know what the fuck happened to America, but Trump turned up on the scene, and 4 years later, the GOP party are like pod people. You know what I mean? They are fucking pod people.
Sometimes the intelligence, you talk about the intelligence, or you talk about some of the things that went wrong over the last week. They've got to straighten it out because they've...
Went wrong over the last week? This man fucking ruled over things that went wrong. Almost everything he touches in his whole fucking life has went wrong.
Fighting potentially a very big force. They're fighting potentially Iran. And when they have people saying the wrong things, everything they say is being digested by these people because they're vicious and they're smart. And boy, are they vicious, because nobody's ever seen the kind of sight that we've seen.
Why would somebody being vicious and smart be something that you would be lauding, Oh, look at this smart, vicious person. We should appreciate how vicious and smart they are. I mean, what the fuck is this man talking about? These people have been programmed and brainwashed for decades to hate each other. And every chance they get, whenever they build enough power up and have enough crazy people saying to everybody, we can do it, they burst out of their castle, you know, like in one of these fucking computer games, and they spread out and murder and kill everybody they can. And then the calamity falls. They realise that, yeah, we didn't have enough strength and power to win the kingdom, you know? And it goes back and forward and back and forward. It's been doing so for decades. Decades. Not just in Jerusalem. I mean, in the smaller places around the world, there's people who've been fighting each other tooth and nail. Iraq and Iran, for fuck's sake. What happened before the Bushes, you know what I mean? Yeah, the war between, that was all started because of the intervention of the fucking Western nations of Europe and Britain and all that in that fucking part of the world. We couldn't have made it fucking worse if we had planned this. Having said that, the Western nations haven't done a very fucking good job of trying to husband the rest of the world into a democratic view of life in the world, you know. We haven't. We've allowed Christians to be the spokespersons for the Western nations. And the Christians, I'm sorry, are just as fucking batshit crazy most of the fucking time as fucking Hamas and Hezbollah, you know what I mean? Is it Hezbollah? Hezbollah? I don't know, right? I mean, the Christians are the cause of just as much murder, mayhem, and destruction around the Mediterranean and that area of the world as any Muslim or Jew. In fact, the Jews haven't caused much murder and mayhem until pretty recently, when they got guns and tanks and rockets. When they were doing to slings and that, and like, I don't know, moose jaws or ox jaws or whatever, you know, Samson used, I don't know, was Samson Jewish? I don't know, I can't remember that. I've read the Bible and I'm a bit drunk, but yeah. So anyway, since those times, the Jews haven't really massacred them. God never told them to, you know. I don't know if God's telling them to now or whether they're just doing it on their own behalf. But yeah, thank God they stood up for themselves. It seemed nobody else was going to. But now, yeah, they do have a lot of support around the world. Murder and mayhem. If you get enough friends on your side, you know, I suppose it all looks right. You know, you can write history the way it is. But yeah, the history in that area of the world is just fucked, you know. And it wasn't helped to by, as I say, the Western nations getting involved because of oil and, well, wars that opened up the opportunity to take these nations over, you know. You think about it, it wasn't the people of Britain or the people of this country or that country that fucked everything up. It was individual people that made decisions on a political level that had the power behind it to get that country's armies and that to support that decision to go somewhere and, you know, basically make them trade with us. That's basically what the British did. They went in and made you trade with them, you know. It was still colonial, yeah. But this guy, he doesn't understand anything about the Middle East. He doesn't understand anything about even America. I mean, God, I'm Scottish, I know more about America than this prick.
Nobody's ever seen it. But they cannot play games. So we were disappointed by that, very disappointed, but we did the job ourselves and it was absolute precision, magnificent, beautiful job.
Again, this. What the hell is he talking about? Your rabbles on this, that, blah, blah, blah. Oh, it was wonderful. That was a mess. That was the start until I moved it, until I did the thing, the wonderful thing I did. What fucking thing did you do? What are you talking about? What thing did you do the wonderful thing to change it and make it better? He just rambles. You know, posies and roses and purple and violet and, you know what I mean, the buttercup yellow that shines in the sun. I mean, what is he saying? He says nothing. He rambles and he does this way, and people get People come out and say, what a fantastic fucking speech. And I'm like, when? Where? This man has never put a string of fucking words together that made any fucking sense to me about the fucking topic he should be talking about, rather than talking about himself.
And then Bibi tried to take credit for it. That wasn't good. That didn't make me feel too good, but
Yeah,
that's
he's
all
talking
right.
about himself again.
So they got to strengthen themselves up.
This is Michael Popok, Legal AF. You can always count on out-of-power Donald Trump when it comes to Iran, Israel, our ally relationship, and classified documents to do the wrong and treasonous thing and subject himself to another criminal charge. Came together while Donald Trump, as you just heard, was pandering to the Jewish American vote in Florida just yesterday, on Wednesday. And during that time, you can see the statements that he's making about classified information, again, about Iranian war plans and the assassination that's public, that the United States...
The guy just can't shut his fucking mouth. He just can't. It's unbelievable, man. It's like you get people who've got Tourette's, they can't stop themselves from barking out weird noises and sometimes swear words. And there's not always swear words, that's what people, but it could just be noises and, you know, and ahas and stuff and twitches and stuff, you know, grunts. Trump is a bit like that. He can't shut up. You could put in front of a gun and say, if you don't speak for 30 seconds, you'll be released and you can walk away. But if you speak, the gun in front of your face is going to fire and blow your head off. And he wouldn't be able to shut his fucking mouth up for 30 seconds. It just...
States using a drone was able to take out Iranian Major General Qassem Soleimani in 2020. He claims in that clip, and in doing so, attacks Israel at a moment of war in contravention of U.S. foreign policy at a time where President Biden and Secretary of State Blinken are busy coalition building and continuing to protect a vulnerable Israel from attack on its other borders. This
is what I don't get. I mean, the Democrats should take a leaf out of the Republicans, right? Right now, I would be saying, like, Marjorie Taylor Greene, what do you call him, Big Heat, who I think he's from Florida, Gates, and Jordan. I'll say they're all working, and you know, the House Speaker that just got kicked out as well. I can't remember his fucking, but you know, all the people in the, just say they're all connected to Russia. They all want to, you know, help Russia to destroy Ukraine, which is why they're holding up all the fucking money that America wants to help them with, because they're our ally, and now we've got you know, Israel in the same position, needing support from America, and just so happens the Republicans have totally crashed the government in America and nothing can get done, you know, and it's like they're working with Russia, they're working with Iran. The Democrats need to come out and start putting this into the wind, man, and getting fucking reports to start saying, yeah, what's going on here with all the Republicans siding with Russia and Iran and Hezbollah? I mean, why is not like, you know, just put empty in. Temporary fucking speaker, pass some bills, you fuckers. What's going on? The whole world is watching as well, you've got to remember, right? The whole fucking world is watching, and they're seeing Biden get shit done. That the Republicans going to get done with a fucking mass majority, you know. The Democrats just seem to be able to know how to fucking get things done and what to get done. They don't do everything. They don't give you, like, you know, the land of fucking milk and honey, but they do tend to make life a tiny wee bit better around the edges here and there every now and then. Whereas the Republicans just like to fucking slash and burn and cut and fucking cut to the bone, until, things fall apart, because they don't understand what the fuck it is they're playing with. They don't understand the intricacy of how everything in the fucking country is connected and interconnected with everything else across the country. Your social fucking media, your fucking social welfare, your insurance, your taxes, your roads, your broadband, your electricity supply, your water, it's all connected. Your education, Your fucked-hearted religious fuckers who are fucking your country up in America because they are crazy as fuck. They're like Hamas. They're trying to turn America into a fucking Christian fucking nation and then send your soldiers off on a crusade back to the fucking, the Middle East to take back fucking Jerusalem or something. This is what the Christians have got up their fucking sleeves. This is what they think. They're infatuated with it, the same as the fucking Muslims are and the Jews are with this fucking tiny wee fucking rock in the middle of a city, in the middle of a desert, in the middle of nowhere at the edge of the Mediterranean Sea. It's a nothing spot on the land. It's probably responsible for millions of deaths, millions over the fucking centuries. I would think as much, if not more, than the Second World War. And not just there, the people murdered and killed just getting there. A whole army going through a countryside. They had to feed that army and keep it alive to get to Jerusalem, Oh my God. You have no idea, I don't think, but these people got it now. I don't understand how you can think that there's a solution to what's going on in the Middle East. There is no solution to it. There just isn't. The two sides won't agree. They had opportunities to agree. It's a rock and a hard place, and the only way to change it is for one to shatter. And I think that's what the Israelis have got planned now, is to smash Hamas and say that's it, we're not going to let anybody take over. The people can look after themselves, they can have town councils or some fucking thing like that, but name any of this fucking PLO or Lebanese or Palestinian or Hamas or Hezbollah, none of these big fucking groups. If people start to form up like that again, you'll move in, arrest them, get rid of them. Do not let another fucking state form again like that that's going to fucking bomb you, It is the only solution to that part of Israel, the Gaza Strip. But even when they sort that out, you've still got the West Bank and Jordan, Syria, or the other country. Oh my God. It's like you're still surrounded. Even if they solve Gaza, Israel is still surrounded and will be for decades to come. There is no solution to the problem of the Middle East. It will maybe eventually be resolved by the people in the Middle East, but I'll tell you now, there's no solution that's going to come from America or Britain or Europe or fucking Egypt. It's going to be solved by the Jewish and Arab people in the area. And I don't know how that's going to turn out. I can imagine, but I don't want to go into it because it's going to be terrible. All war is terrible. But people who have hated each other for generations, they've been brought up, ingrained in it, like the Arabs are. That is. It's not a thing you can change with words and ideas, quickly. It's a generational thing, and I don't see any attempts being made to change people's minds, their attitudes, and understand that the world is no longer the way it used to be in the fucking 15th, 16th, centuries, you know, it's the 20th fucking century, you know, but then I've got to say the same fucking thing to America, you know, what the fuck? You don't need separation of church and state. Just tell the churches you're talking politics on your fucking pulpits. No longer got your tax exemption. Fuck you. Take it off them. Make them sell all their shit. Like you would another con man who's conning other people. You know, so, yeah. They're conning people. They're saying they're religious. They're actually a political fucking outlet. But they're tax exempt. America, you got to sort your shit out, man. The only reason that these religious organisations have got such power in your political systems is because of the money they soak up, because they're tax exempt, and there's a lot of people who love Jesus and will listen to anybody who's got a big stage and a suit on who says he is God. They will just pile money on him, and then he goes and spends it on Republican shit because they want to destroy the world and bring back Jesus and I don't know, disappear in flashes of light or something and prove us all wrong. Oh, it's atheists. There is a God. See, I've disappeared in a pool of light. Except you haven't, and you won't. You'll die like everybody else of some crappy wee fucking bug or a don't know, ingrown toenail or a fall down the stairs or a car accident or a shooting or a bomb. You know, something will kill you, but you won't be zapped away in a fucking flash of light. It's when you see politics and religion at their worst, when they're so intermingled you can hardly separate them, you know. That's when you see mankind using the power of, you know, his position, political positions, you know, and the religious position, you know. If you get those two intertwined, oh my God, that opens all kinds of avenues for mass murder, destruction, torture, mayhem. Yeah, it does, you know. A person will murder for his God before he'll murder for himself or his family. Crazy that, isn't it? But it's fucking true. People will even kill their own family for their religion. They'll do the same thing for flag and country, I suppose. People found that in the First, Second World War and the American Civil War. So yeah, we all know that you can program people to hate even the people that they grew up loving. Religion does that. Politics does that. Put the two of them together, it's a horrendous mix. Horrendous. And this is what you're going to get from Christians and Muslims. The Jews don't seem to be quite so bad. To be honest with you, they don't. I used to have a bad view on the Jews. I thought it was all their fault, but as I've got older and learned more about it, I've changed my fucking mind. I still don't like some of what the Jews do, but when they're not actually at war. But I'm not on the border. I'm not seeing what, you know, you hear, oh, a boy threw a stone and he got shot. I don't know if that's what actually happened. There could have been shit on somebody with like a shoulder launched missile or something, you know, behind a bunch of kids, you know. I'm just saying, I'm not saying this is what happened. I'm saying there's lots of other reasons why somebody would get shot, you know. Having seen a lot of what happened in Northern Ireland when we had the troubles, they called them, the troubles in Northern Ireland. Yeah, some people did really mad and illegal stuff, and when they get injured, they would complain that they were innocent bystanders. I'm not saying that all, as I'm saying, not all of the injured and killed by the Israelis in the West Bank would be, but I'm sure somewhere overly broadcast on media when it looked really bad. But you never really know exactly whether any of these stories are true. However, no matter whether they're true or not, all these things that I've seen since the 70s through are horrific, but I've come to understand that that's what humanity can come to under certain circumstances. I would hate to see those circumstances come back to Europe, but again, you can't say it never will. We seem to have done a good job after the Second World War to make sure that this sort of thing will never happen in Europe again. But there's always these rumblings and upsurges and people believing in, real men, sort of thing. Trumps and that of the world. Whenever the world is going through slumps and, a little bit of downturn in the economy, people are losing their jobs, some people are, scrimping to get by, lots of poor people losing their homes. Yeah, I mean, that can encourage people to listen to these loud-mouthed braggarts, outspoken, supposed men of the people kind of fucking populists, but just remember where these people take you. Look at all the fucking situations where these people take over a country. It's always disaster. Sometimes it can be decades, sometimes it can be just months. But these people will lead you into disaster. And while they're doing it, they'll put you through hell. Just look at what people want. I mean, you can look people up. So if you get somebody who's speaking, you can feel, I kind of get his message, or I kind of get her message. Go and look them up. See what they were doing 10 years ago, 20 years ago, All the stuff they did. It's all going to be on the internet somewhere. You can dig it up. And sometimes you find that people you think you like now, you find out what they were like and you think there's no way they have changed that much, so that what they're portraying now is a lie. And then you know not to listen to the person's fucking message because they're lying about it. They're pulling the wool over your eyes.
This is the time that Donald Trump used to again disclose classified information about the fact that
I can't believe he's not in jail yet. The amount of fucking shit this man has pulled off. If that was you or me, or if it was a general in the army, if that was a fucking 4 fucking star general in the fucking Pentagon that did this shit, he'd be fucking in jail waiting to go to court. How Donald Trump pulled off in America. America is so scared of him. Excuse me. So scared of Donald Trump, they won't even slam his ass in jail. All that shit about, I'm running for president. Fuck you and you're running for president. I'm running for president for the fucking prison cell we're putting you in. Because you can't shut your fucking mouth. You're putting people's lives in danger with all your crap. And all that's going up to the line and not stepping over it. Fuck it. I see you step over the line and pull your foot back. That's good enough for me. Your toe touched the fucking ground, cunt. Into jail. I don't know why this cunt is still walking about talking shit on TV. Fat fucking balloon that he is, man. Oh my God. America, what the fuck? The rest of the world is watching you, There was something else I'd like to see. I don't think it's in here. I think it's this one. This one. Yeah.
Security advisor to President Obama and an MSNBC political analyst. And Ben, let's listen to what the leading Republican presidential candidate, Joe Biden's chief critic, had to say about this last night.
I'll never forget that Bibi Netanyahu let us down. That was a very terrible thing. I will say that. And so when I see,
As I was saying, he said, let us down. It means me. But he likes to include the whole of America and the me, so he says us. He's not the president anymore, right? He's just a fat guy who happened to get fucking lucky. It's what Elon Musk. Elon Musk made billions out of like a really crazy idea that he had a way back, you know, that he got involved in. And then he sold his shares and became a fucking multi-billionaire. And since then, all he's done is like this prick fuck it up. Waste lots of government money and shit like that. I mean, he's going nowhere. He came up with some good companies that he invested in, but his interference in those companies fucked it up. So I don't know, maybe Donald Trump had some good ideas about, you know, become president and running for, I don't know, right? But whatever he had in his head when he ran for office, he fucked it up.
sometimes the intelligence, you talk about the intelligence, or you talk about some of the things that went wrong over the last week. They've got to straighten it out because they're fighting potentially a very big force. They're fighting potentially Iran. 2 nights ago, I read all of Biden's security people. Can you imagine? National defense people. And they said, gee, I hope Hezbollah doesn't attack from the north because that's the most vulnerable spot. I said, wait a minute. You know, Hezbollah is very smart. They're all very smart.
Ben Rhodes, Hezbollah is very smart.
It's fucking unbelievable. Unfucking believable. I'm a Scottish person sitting in fucking Scotland watching an ex-president rant and ramble about nothing and get so upset or some of the stuff I see. He gets upset about tiny his microphone. They say, well, it's fucking mate. People didn't come to hear you fucking talk about your microphone and somebody not wearing a fucking jacket. What the fuck? I mean, what is he? Fucking, what's that guy? Thurborn or something like that. He tells shot over you, hundreds of shots over. Anyway, he's like fucking. I can't even remember who I'm talking about now. It's not long with this. It's something back in my childhood. A storyteller, you know, just rambled.
Mark, that's the Republican candidate's position.
I mean, look, Lawrence, I think it's not worst circumstances imaginable is he has no response to what's actually happening. It's just about him. You know, he's referencing some past disagreement he had with Netanyahu. He's trying to, I guess, show off by talking about Hezbollah being smart. These are, you know, terrorists with thousands of rockets pointed at Israel. What's truly scary to consider, though, is that he wants to be president again. And having someone with that absence.
That's something. The total absence of, I want to be president of America. America is one of Israel's greatest allies. I mean, I think Israel is a greater ally with America than the UK is. And everybody keeps talking about the special relationship between the UK and America. But I think the relationship between America and Israel is much stronger than the relationship between the UK and America. Even though I think we are very, very close. Sometimes too close, you know. Sometimes your government just follows America into things that maybe we should have debated and tried to be a better friend to America and hold them back in some instances a bit, you know. Talk a little bit of restraint. and cool-headedness back into them. Reason. But we didn't. We had a bunch of fucking asshole fucking politicians who, for want of a better reason, I think were more interested in the stock market and seeing them and theirs make millions while they were in office, and they took their eye off the international ball, thinking it would just tick over. Everything was going nice. We'll just tick over. We'll just make sure we've got somebody here to talk to, you know. But they weren't really listening to the intelligence that was coming. This was a failure in America as well, from 9/11 right through to today. We often have information being handed from operatives who understand it, have data that they can analyse it and make sense out of, and then they put a note on it and hand it to somebody higher up, and that person reads the note and then says, yeah, you know what, I don't think that, and they take the note off and pass it on and say, and they put the other one saying, yeah, I don't think there's anything here, and that's what happens. That's how information gets lost. Don't like that guy's idea, you know, and that's how information gets lost in you know, intelligence agencies. When you have people in the wrong fucking place who are like conduits for different agencies passing information and stuff like that, this is when you get this inter-agency fucking rivalry and shit getting in the way. It can also be racial. It can also just be some people are fucking bastards and hate everything about them. Some people just, you know, they want to have the power and use it. And whether it means it, and you know, it's just them doing that and changing something means that they are involved in it. They're you know, they've got their finger in the pie. You know, it's like, and a lot of people want to always be part of it rather than just saying, well, I've got nothing to add. I'll just pass that information on. You know, and let other people, other analysts, see all the information. People are very, very good at changing shit when it doesn't need to be changed. You know, is what I've got to say.
Of any depth of feeling or knowledge or strategy for how you would deal with a war that risks escalating in the Middle East, a war in Ukraine. I mean, he just proves every time he opens his mouth how unfit he is to make judgments about this, and how much he doesn't really seem to care about the awful human toll that we've all been absorbing these last several days.
But that thing, there's never been peace in Israel for, well, as long as I can remember. 50 years? There's never been real peace. It's just been like an armistice or a ceasefire for 8 months, 12 months, 2 years, you know. There's never been peace in the Middle East.
If any Democratic member of Congress had said those words, Republicans would be immediately calling to expel that person from the House or the Senate. No Republicans are rising to contradict their leading presidential candidate on this. What do you think the feeling is in the Israeli government?
Let me just try something here, right? I need a bloody new keyboard. Shut up. That's my phone bleeping. Shut up. Why is it not? Why is it? Yeah, my God. I'm going to have to go on eBay or fucking Amazon or something and buy a fucking new keyboard and mouse. Oh, all of that, right? Oh, I need another. Oh, that will temple mouse. This is 2 years ago, right?
Monday's clashes are the continuation of riots for days between
This is-
Jerusalem Arabs,
This is 2 years ago. This is what I'm saying by there's never been peace anywhere in Jerusalem for over 50 years. It's been going on since before I even knew it was going on. I sort of heard about it in the 70s for the first time. I was a teenager, I'm 13, 14 or something like that. Something about the PLO and stuff like that. And yeah, but it's been going on since then.
Palestinians and Israeli police.
And this what
The
this
unrest
is what
began over
happens.
a
They
land
go
dispute
mad
in a
about
Jerusalem
this
neighborhood, escalating
lump of
into more
rock
violence over the
that's
weekend.
religious
during the Night
way
of Power, the
sacred
holiest night of the
to,
year for Muslims.
well, the Jews, and then the
Recent days we've
Muslims
been
say that
witnesses
they
to
say it,
violent
but
riots in
it's
Jerusalem,
not a Jew with them.
influenced by inciting groups. Will not
They've
allow
got
any
the
extremists
Black
to
Stone thing, and
destabilize
this
the
was the
calm of
Jewish thing, and
Jerusalem.
then the
They will
Palestinians
enforce
said, oh,
law
we're
and
going to
order
claim it as well.
decisively and responsibly.
And they've been
This is
fighting
all
over
happening
it
during
since.
the holy month of
It's like,
Ramadan,
what the
often
fuck?
associated with calls for jihad
Oh
and
my
holy
God.
war. Palestinian Muslim groups, including Hamas and Fatah,
Yeah,
have
and
called
don't
for
take me
martyrdom
wrong, right?
and
I
terror
don't mean it, but
operations
no,
during this
goddamn
month.
Arabs
An
come up and
international group of
claim
Muslim
liberty, you know.
scholars supported by Turkey and Qatar issued a sermon on Friday calling for violence, jihad, and self-sacrifice, praised heroic jihad operations of the jihad fighters in Palestine and the young Palestinians deployed on the battlefront in Jerusalem. On Israel's southern border, Hamas terrorists launching
it was
missiles
2
into
years ago,
southern
wasn't it?
Israel, as well as sending incendiary balloons, sparking dozens of fires. The violence seems spontaneous, but according to Itamar Marcus of the Palestinian Media Watch, it's not.
It was a Palestinian election, and tragically, Palestinians vote for whoever they see as leading the terror war against Israel.
This is the thing, like, what happens with the Palestinians is what you see with the GOP. You know, the GOP are getting more and more radical, so as a politician, in order to get the GOP and the MAGA and the Trumpers and all that on your side, you've got to appear to, you know, love Trump, love the wall, believe that the election was stolen, believe the Democrats are demons and they eat children and suck the blood, and you know what I mean? Yeah, you've got to like be crazy basically, right? To be, and this is what's happening in Gaza as well. All the people are being programmed to react the way they're reacting, and all the MAGA are being programmed with their Fox News shit and their was it AON or whatever it is, you know, all these stupid non-news sites that people who don't have the brain cells to understand the news because they don't understand anything outside of their town and their county or their state. And you know, nae harm to them, that's your life. But please, then, if that's your life, don't try to influence other parts of the world when you don't understand any of it. So tell your senators and that to, like, you know, have a hands-off a fucking approach. Help your fucking friends, and don't be looking for anywhere to go to war. The problem is America. We all know that you run on a war footing all the time, and you have all these factories producing bullets and guns and all that, and if we don't use them, these rocket, we can't just leave them lying about to, you know, go out a day like a tin of beans. We've got to use them, so every now and then we have to install somewhere in the world that's ready to have a conflagration and then push them into it and sell them all the fucking crappy bullets and rockets that's about to go to date. And all the tanks and armoured cars and everything. I'm just saying, that's all bullshit. That's all the fucking crazy people are going to tell you. No, the MAGA people, they're getting told this, you know. The Palestinians, they're getting told this. There's a huge cabal run by Jews, runs the world. I'm not Jewish. I don't think I've ever even met a Jewish person. Well, I've never met a person who I knew was Jewish. I probably must have. In God, I must have met Jewish people. But see, the thing is, I don't go around saying to people, "Oh, you Christian or Jewish or Muslim." But I don't fucking care, right? I'm kind of like the people. Oh, how you doing? You know, you off to work? What you do? You know, what you do for a living, mate? You know, you got sitting on a train or a bus, or you chat to people. You know, see you've got a nice briefcase there. You're off to, off for a job interview. You know, you start a conversation. You know, they can say, "Oh, no," and they can, you go, "Okay," doesn't want to talk. Oh God, look at these people, man. They're all worked up about something. I wonder if it's going to be like a famous singer or a rock star, or a film star, or a famous comedian or something. Let's see what it is.
The riots are also making an international impact. Demonstrations in Jordan called for the government to break its ties with Israel. Turkish President Erdogan calling Israel a terror state. And the U.S. called for both sides to exercise restraint.
I'm sorry to say this, right, but yeah, I've often thought of Israel as a terrorist state as well. For some of the things that they did over the last 50 years, in the name of defending themselves. Some of them, yeah, probably you could say, yeah, but a lot of what the Israeli people, the Israeli government has done and then said about it's not always been 100% accurate. Having said that, they did pour time and effort into improving every bit of land they took off of Palestinians. Why could they do it and the Palestinians couldn't? I can only think it comes from a different outlook in life. The Arab nations are more conservative. And I mean conservative in the way that it used to mean in America, like 100 years ago. Not now. So, yeah, I can see why they just didn't want to change their ways. This is the way we've always done it. My father did it, that, my grandfather, the way they irrigate, it was all manual labour and stuff like that, and going out in the field. They didn't want to. Maybe they didn't have the money, but that's another thing too. Why were they such a doomed state? If they hadn't went to war with Israel back in, I think it was 1967, if all the Arab states had just put their money into bombs and tanks and all, if they just put it into farming and education, I'm just saying, do you get what I'm saying? They didn't. They could have, but they didn't. And they might say, "Oh, there's no way we could have done that." But all the money you put into training all your men and into fighting and buying all the guns and bullets and explosives and all the training you put in, and sending people to different countries to get trained and bring them back, and all that money, if you'd have put that into irrigation and buying fucking donkeys and lease lend them to your farmers, or buy tractors and form cooperatives where 20 farmers can chip in and buy a tractor together. What the fuck? There's all this shit you could have done, and you spent it on fucking rockets and trying to kill Jews, and not all of you, but the people who had the power to choose where their money went. This is what I'm talking about. It's the leadership. It's the people in charge, not the people who live on the land, deal with the work, pay all the taxes, take all the brunt of every fucking boot that's fucking thrown at you. No, there's cunts sitting in the fucking White House or the fucking 10 Downing Street, the fucking Taj Mahal or whatever it is that you're saying. I don't know what it is in Israel, but you know, they're sitting in these big fucking high floating white fucking alabaster fucking towers making decisions for people all over the fucking place. And then they complain when it doesn't go right and they didn't get it right, and it's like, well, why don't you change it? No, we're not going to change it, we're just going to force it through. You know, it's going to be bad for people. We don't care. We're not changing it. I hate when you hear about constructive ideas just being destroyed by people who won't refine it to a working bit of legislation. It's like, oh, that's good enough. It makes it look like we did our job. All the loopholes and all the creases and all the fucking, you know, rips and tears all in the edges. It's like, no, they couldn't tidy it up. No, they just, and that gives all the lawyers and corporations reasons to bug in, argy-bargy, and never fucking really pay
The
their
riots and
fucking way in
demonstrations are
society.
also affecting the attempt by Yair Lapid and Naftali Bennett to
And people say, what do you mean corporations pay their way in society? You do know that a lot of people get paid by government fucking funded education. Even in America. I know it's hard to believe, but even in America, the government does pay for public schools. Maybe not public, I don't know if is it public schools over there? I think you call it public schools. Public schools is different in Britain. That's like a fee paying school. But I think in America, a public school is a government funded school. And yes, the Republicans and the Christians are doing as much as they can to fucking wreck that shit. But people still get an education through your government. Oh my God, you know, socialism. But thankfully, those people wouldn't get an education in America any other fucking way. So any little bit of fucking education that can be given that to people who are not retardedly fucking brainwashed by one book. And a document most of them have never read. And if they have read it, didn't understand it, yeah, your Constitution, America. Read it sometime and then look the words up that you didn't understand when you were reading it. You know what I'm saying? I know you can understand it there's and where's and here's and you know and stuff like that. But there's lots of kind of big words in there. You know, more than 13 letters. You might want to look some of them up.
to form a coalition government. They need the support of Ra'am, an Arab Islamist party. But the current violence between Jews and Arabs makes it difficult for Ra'am to join the coalition, or for Bennett and Lapid to invite Ra'am to be part of their coalition. Mansour Abbas, the head of Ra'am, warned on Saturday, Al-Aqsa is a red line. The aggression toward the holy site and...
See, this is something like, these are crazy for this lump of rock, and this stonework and the dome, you know, the gold dome up there, up there, the gold dome up there, right, on the top of the roof, right, the gold dome. This building's on top of it, like a mount, they call it a mount, right, and they all want it. Oh, they all love it, they all want it, and they'll kill each other for it. They have done. Several times. Multiple times. In my lifetime. I've seen scenes like this shown around the world on TV. Back then it was BBC, now you've got Al Jazeera and CNN and MSNBC and you've got 1,000, but back then it was on the BBC in the 70s. That's the only TV I really had, BBC News. And yeah, I've seen this multiple times. And the first 20 odd years, for the 70s through to the 80s and 90s. Yeah, you know, multiple times. It's funny that as well. You watch what was going on with Ukraine, and you see people are being responsible, kind of journalists, you know, talking about Ukraine. They try to be kind of like truthful, even though they tell you, no, I support Ukraine. They will tell you when, oh, there was a Ukrainian tank was destroyed here, you know, a drone got through the protection and fell on, you know, Kyiv. They'll tell you the truth, right? And they will tell you the Russians always lie, blah, 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 and all that. That's refreshing. What I hate about American and British fucking TV, man, is how dishonest it is. They try to do this, each side is always equal, don't take a side. But sometimes in a story, it's like, well, this man who stabbed another man to death and then hacked him into 14 bits is arrested. And he's probably going to go to jail. But on the other side of it, the man that was hacked into bits was a terrible father. Yeah, wouldn't take his kids to Butlins. Yeah, horrible man. Anyway, that's the news, and good night. You know, this is like, I just don't get that way. Fucking news outlets where they always have to try and make the two sides equal, even when they've got to stretch it so far that you don't know what the fucking connection is. It is ridiculous. You'll see that there's not a lot of news stations comparing Biden and Trump speeches. You know, they will come up and they'll say, oh, Trump, Mr. Trump, you know, Donald Trump texted this, or, you know, or X'd it now, is it? You don't Twitter anymore. You X'd it. What the fuck? X'd it. Oh. Elon Musk, what the fuck is wrong with your head? Do you have brain cancer? I am fucking serious. Someone needs to get Elon Musk into a fucking scanner and scan his fucking brain. I think he might have brain cancer. I don't know. But check it out. Now that was an aside. I wasn't going to. Anyway, the most they're all going about
This
crazy.
worshippers is
Mental,
unacceptable
right.
and offensive. On
Doing
Monday
it for
afternoon,
years. Doing
another
it for
potential
years.
flashpoint. Today is Jerusalem Day, when
But this is
Israelis marked the
America.
unification of the city during the 1967
That was America during the civil rights marches. Oh my God! All the police running about beating the fucking shit out of fucking black people, setting dogs on them, beating them, hosing them. Yep, that's fucking America. America, I think in the 50s, wasn't it? 50s and 60s. Yeah. So, just 10 years before I started seeing Gaza Strip and all that shit getting blown up. Well, not the Gaza Strip, but yeah. Wars in Israel, you know, Golan Heights and Jordan and West Bank. But it wasn't West Bank then, it was fucking Palestine. They were Palestinian. But, oh, God. Yeah, that's pretty good, because the Palestinians had to, and they attacked Israel, Jordan, the Palestinians, and was it the Syrians? I don't know. Egyptians? I don't know. They were fucking three. They all attacked them all at the one time. And the Israelis kicked on their fucking ass and took all the fucking land off them. And then, you know, yeah, they're a bit pissed now, but I mean, I didn't know this is what happened, to be honest with you. happened in 67, I think, right? I would have been 6-year-old, right? So I didn't know about this until I was a teenager, the 70s. And when I found out about all this, and at first I was going, oh, the Jews that nicked all the... But then I found out, no, that's not how, within about 2-3 years, obviously, I dug into it, man, and I went, man, asked people about it, and read different books and stuff. And, eventually found my way through the fucking truth that nobody talked about or told me about in school and that, But yeah, it was all factual stuff you get. Yeah, so, I think maybe, just maybe, the Bible might have one good thing it's good for, and that's helping the Jews to claim title to Jerusalem and Israel. There is a lot of historical evidence that the Palestinians never existed until the Romans changed the name of the country. I actually found that out. But, yeah. Speaks volumes. Anyway. I actually wanted to see more of... Where is it? No. There's something I was wanting to watch as well and talk about, but I don't know where it is now. Is it, Oh.
You're watching The Legal Breakdown. So Glenn, the first step in keeping Donald Trump off the ballot in one state in 2024 was just successful. Can you explain what happened here?
Yeah, so there was...
I am absolutely insanely interested in this 14th Amendment thing, because from what I understand is if it's not clearly defined, like if in the Constitution it says no officer and then the president isn't considered an officer, somewhere else it says the president is like an official but never called an officer, then there might be something that the Supreme Court would have to look into on the 14th Amendment. It says officers. Donald Trump was a president, and an official, not an officer. So there might be some way for them to squirm out of that. We all know though, when they wrote this, they meant anybody in high office, anybody in any high office working for the government is an officer, not me, of the government. So everybody's right up to the president. He's an officer. In fact, you probably find it somewhere written in how people talk about the actual chair of the president, the presidency itself. I bet you somewhere on there you'll find that they talk about it in a way that makes you think they're talking about an office and an officer that runs it. I don't think anybody you find them be called an official. That's a name we tend to get you documents. An official document. This isn't an official person. This is an officer of the law, an officer of the court, an officer of the bar. Yeah, you get me, right? We know what we call people. And even the president is going to have to be an officer. He's the highest officer. In fact, he is the head of the army, I believe. What do they call him when he's the head of the army? Is it chief? Master-in-chief? What is a chief? Is it an officer, isn't it? Hi, chief. Get on deck, you scrubber. You know what I mean? Yeah. He's the chief. You know what I mean? That's an officer. It's not an office or an official. You know what I mean? A chief. Everybody knows a chief. You've been on a fucking ship. You know who the chief is. Right? Navy guys, you know what I'm talking about. So don't give me that crap that, you know, he can get out of that 14 men because as president he's not an officer. That is bull fucking shit. Bull twang. Right?
There was a suit filed in the courts of Colorado to try to disqualify Donald Trump from being on the ballot for president there, and a judge just ruled that she would not dismiss the case. Donald Trump moved to dismiss the case, saying it somehow violated his First Amendment free speech rights, and the judge said no, and it looks like the case will proceed to trial very shortly.
No.
This sounds very, very familiar to me. So this is probably a different case, but I'm sure in one of these other cases, Donald Trump pulled the same exact thing at a certain point through the court appearances and the court sort of shenanigans, you know, the process that you go through when you're going through the courts, right? And there's times when you can put letters in or notes or, you know, petitions or into the judge or whatever, you know. And it's like, Donald Trump did this exact same thing about trying to get it thrown out, and it was kicked back, and then they tried to get it done again with the exact same judge, with the exact same fucking, you know, plea. We want to take this out. And it's like, just like, what's this? I mean, there's nothing new in here. It's the same document you gave me a month ago, and it's like, I told you then, no. And you know, it's like, this is Donald Trump. He just like, oh, just stall, hold it up. I just need more time. Actually, he should actually be asking a judge to just put me away, because then I'll get time served, wouldn't I? When I eventually get found guilty somewhere. Hopefully, you know, it will be time served on all my cases. So, you know, you get 4 indictments. If you get found guilty in all 4, yeah, he definitely wants to get his 6 months taken off his sentence, you know, time served. If he fights and stays out, and then he gets sentenced to like 3 years or something, he'll be kicking himself that he didn't sit in a jail for fucking 6 months and take 6 months after that, because I mean, he would, if he had stayed in jail, he'd probably, if he got 3 years, I don't think he'll get much more than that anyway, no matter how many charges they find him guilty of. And I don't think he'll spend a minute in jail, but you know, he would get time served off, and he'd probably only serve like 7 months in jail and get out if he were given 3 years. But I don't think Donald Trump will see the inside of a jail cell. I just don't think he will. I don't think America can afford to put him in jail. Unless they strip him of all the... I mean, I don't know, can they do that? This is something people will have to tell me. Can they strip Donald Trump of his Secret Service protection, his presidential pension, you know? Is there any way that can happen, and, you know, they can strip him of that and leave him just as a normal person out of the office and go, fuck you, you know, you fucked up, destroyed their country almost, and this is what you get for it. Can they do that, or do they have to protect him forever and give him his pension? Because they could never put him in jail then. How are you going to put the Secret Service up in the cells next door each side of him? What? No. He would spend the rest of his life in a nice, cosy, out of the way CIA farm somewhere where they can, I don't know, what is it like? Gold. They like gold. They could, I don't know, they could get him a metal detector and sprinkle gold nuggets about the backyard and let him find them and make him think he's a billionaire with a multi-billion gold mine ranch or something, you know, and keep him happy for Shit, if only people had thought about that in 2016. Fuck me. Donald Trump with a fucking metal detector finding gold nuggets on a farmyard. Oh my god. You could have kept him at the fucking political race for president, mate. Well, I'm sorry it took me all this time to come up with a solution to Donald Trump, guys, but you know, my brain doesn't think as quickly as it used to when I was younger.
What are the next steps here? Like, how many more cases until we actually reach a decision? Because I'm assuming that this first step was just kind of kind of a perfunctory motion, if you will. So what are the steps that are going to be subsequent to that?
Yeah, so the next step is there will be a trial. It's going to be held later this month, and the judge.
This is something that gets me. I just laugh my head off, man. Right? He asks him a question, right? Softball question, underarm, like, you know, and he turns around and says that. I don't. Right. No, right.
Steps that are going to be subsequent to that.
Yeah, so the next step is there will be a trial.
There's going to be a trial. He's indicted 4 fucking times. It's got 97 different counts. I mean, there's going to be a fucking trial. There's going to be several fucking trials. This is what gets me with American media, and even the media that tries to be different from the mainstream media. What the fuck is this? What the fuck? Every cunt knows there's going to be a fucking trial. Are you just trying to fucking burn up time? This is a 12.3, 12 minute 32 seconds. But 52 minutes in, and already he's repeating stuff to us that's been said in every video for the last fucking year. There's going to be a trial. Really? I fucking didn't know that. Oh, please get to the fucking.
It's going to be held later this month, and the judge will decide the issue of whether Donald Trump, after taking an oath to support the Constitution, engaged in insurrection or gave aid and comfort to those who did. The available evidence suggests the answer to both of those questions
is yes.
Is yes.
Yes.
He engaged in.
Yes.
He assisted in insurrection, and he continues to give aid and comfort to the insurrectionists by, for example, promising to pardon them if he's elected president again. So there will be a trial to see whether, in fact, the evidence proves that he's disqualified under the 14th Amendment for participating in the insurrection.
Do you know, I'm just thinking about this. There was a time in history in Britain when we had someone who tried to destroy the British system of government. The Gunpowder Plot. 7 or 9 Catholics rented a house next door to where the British Parliament is today. You know, in the street where Downing Street, where you've got 10 and 11 Downing Street, that used to have mayor houses on it, and they're right next to the Parliament. And they rented a house out, and they dug through the cellars into the Parliament cellars, and they filled it up with barrels. And we're not talking about little barrels like that. We're talking about big barrels, right? We're talking about barrels you could stick like 4 or 5 pigs in with a couple of 50-pound bags of salt, you know. Big barrels are full of gunpowder into the cellar of the Parliament there. And Guy Fawkes was there the night they were expecting the King to turn up and open Parliament and make a speech and stuff like that. He was down in the basement with his little disguise, a cloak and a hat and a backpack and a man-made Sammy. Anyway, and he was there with his lighter and flint, flint and steel, and a roaming guard discovered them before he set off and captured them, and through him and a little bit of torture, I suppose. He wouldn't just blurt it out, would he? Well, maybe he did, but I don't think so. I think they tortured them. So after a little bit of torture, they discovered it was a conspiracy, and they caught a few other Catholics, or maybe they just made it up. That's conspiracy. Maybe they just dragged him in off the street, said there was gunpowder there, blamed it on the Catholics in order to start another Catholic pogrom in Britain, which I think that's what happened at the time. And forever now we burn the effigy of Guy Fawkes, who's probably an innocent man. Or he was a Catholic supporter of, I think it was Queen Mary or something, I don't know, I can't remember, but he was a supporter of some Catholic pretender to the crown, because it was already a Protestant monarch. So, yeah, he got caught. Well, what his compatriots got caught. Well, once you start grinding people's teeth out, and stretching them, and well, you get the idea, right? They had horrible little evil things that you should do to you back then. Didn't seem bad at the time, but gradually over time it became worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. Oh. Anyway, horrible, isn't it, to think of? But that's the history that we live by, Just need to make it raw. Let's look at a wee bit more of this stuff.
Once that trial is held, the result will almost inevitably be appealed, regardless of which side wins and which side loses. Then it will very quickly, on an expedited schedule, work its way through the Colorado court system, and it will probably be appealed up to the Supreme Court.
This is a thing as well, right? I've never been to America, but it looks like a pretty fantastic place to go and just look at, The people, I've travelled through several countries, and I've always found that certain places, the place is spoiled by the people that are there. I'm not saying that you go to a country and the whole country is spoiled, but some places in that country, they might be because they're so much more used to seeing foreign visitors and travellers around them that they become used to it and become blasé, or they maybe become distrustful or hateful because of maybe some of the ways that foreigners interact with them, they don't like it and stuff like that. The different cultures not mixing, right? And then you get to a place outside where that happens, and people love you, They're like, oh, how you doing? They're just normal people. So, yeah, I kind of hate that about countries, you know what I mean?
Right, okay, so you're saying that it'll jump from the state court system over to the federal court system, because obviously the issue of electing a president is a federal issue.
Yeah, and I don't understand why Americans fire vegetables out of cannons, right? I've thought about it a lot. The reason I thought about it for quite a while was because I know that the English have got a penchant for chasing cheese down a hill, and that also appears to me to be nutty, I suppose is the word, especially if there's cave matured cheese that's got that nutty flavour to it. No, well, let's not go. Yeah, it's kind of nutty to chase a big roll of cheese down a hill. But it's also nutty to put a big giant pumpkin in a fucking cannon and fire it across a field. But then, as a person that comes from a culture that picks trees up and throws them, I suppose it's all just down to your perspective. Maybe where you're born and stuff like that. And how many pumpkins you've got. We don't have pumpkins in Scotland, really. It's like sunflowers. Don't really get them. No fields of them. Maybe somebody's cherished one plant and grown it at the side of their house. And closses and fed it and all that. And protected it for the wind. Yeah, no, we don't have fields like that. But we have forests. Maybe that's why we throw trees. Well, who knows? Some professor somewhere will have to investigate it and find out and write a paper on it and make it real facts. Yep.
We've heard from all of these secretaries of state around the country that, for this issue to finally be litigated, it'll ultimately likely be up to the Supreme Court to make that determination. Is this case in Colorado what will ultimately lead to that decision by the U.S. Supreme Court?
Before he answers, I've got to say, man, why does America still ask the Supreme Court anything? After the fucking answer you've got to the bastard the last fucking 8 years. Oh my fucking 8 year, no, 12 years. The fucking nonsense that your Supreme Court has put out over the last 12 years. If you went 12 years ago and picked any fucking Republican in the Senate with the House and brought them to today and showed them what the Republican Party was doing, they'd call you a demon. Get back, demon. Get back, demon, get back. Yeah. You're not poisoning my mind. No Republican can do these things. You know what I mean? Yeah. God. Even some of the Republicans today feel like wearing the cross into the fucking house. To try and keep the fucking monsters and vampires and zombies off them. Oh my god. I tell you.
It looks like it very well may. So this case was filed by a nonprofit organization called CREW, Citizens for Responsibility and Ethics in Washington. They actually brought the suit against Donald Trump and, interestingly, against the Secretary of State, Jenna Griswold. Jenna Griswold, as Secretary of State in Colorado, has the responsibility for overseeing, the election process, and importantly, overseeing who is qualified and who's not qualified to be on the presidential ballot. So, it looks like this case may be the first one to bump.
Yeah, but each state is different. The laws in each state for you to be able to challenge who's on the ballot is different in each state, and some states don't even allow you to challenge. They totally leave it up to the AG, is it? Attorney General, who decides who's on the ballot, I think. Or again, I think in some states it's not the AG, and it's something to do with like a electoral fucking committee thing that decides. But obviously the things that we check is whether you were born in America, what age you are, that sort of thing, whether you're registered in the county or the state that you're running from, all that sort of thing, registered. I'm sure they do all those kind of checks and stuff, and then they make sure you're not black and Mexican if you're Republican. I mean, the Democratic states, I'm sure, don't bother doing this, but the Republican states probably want to check if you're black, Mexican, if you've got any debt in college, have you ever smoked any marijuana, have you ever seen a gun? Yeah. Oh, and by the way, have you got proper ID? No, none of that student shit. You got to have a real fucking NRA fucking, a real fucking NRA license to fucking carry open. You got to have that. You can't fucking vote in this fucking state. That's that. I bet you there's some states like that. Or maybe I'm just drunk and stoned and talking nonsense. Oh yeah, I forgot. Yeah, I am. I'm talking nonsense. Well, let's make sure we step that up.
To the Supreme Court, but there have been suits filed in other states as well. There is a suit already pending in Michigan.
This is what I don't get. Every state's got its own Supreme Court. Is that right? You've got a state Supreme Court, and then you've got the federal Supreme Court. What I don't understand is, if you've got state laws and federal laws, how do some state laws end up going to federal Supreme Court for them to decide whether you understand? Yes, it might be a constitutional debate, but surely the states have an autonomy over their own constitution, because you can have a state's constitution. If what you're talking about only pertains to within your state and it's not a federal thing, I mean, for instance, say you decided that all pencils need to have a rubber on the end of them to be sold in your state. Surely that couldn't go to a federal Supreme Court if some pencil manufacturer wanted to, take it. You know what I mean? It would go to maybe the state Supreme Court, but sure it would never go to a federal. So how do some things for the state end up in the federal Supreme Court, which apparently to me have got nothing to do with federal laws? In fact, a lot of the time they seem to be sent to the court in order to chip away and undermine already existing federal laws, which I would take that when the Supreme Court takes it up, they would, as justices, see this and take it up in order to forever say, no, this can't be. But I've seen the justices in the Supreme Court take stuff up which they should definitely have kicked down the fucking road. No, not kicked down the road, sorry. Kicked out of the fucking park. But they've turned around and said, yeah, no, we agree with this. And I'm like, what the fuck? Yeah, what the fuck? They've just been kicked in the balls, rolled down the hill into a fucking big, jaggy fucking bunch of fucking nettles, and got up and says, this was a wonderful fucking day. And I'm like, what the fuck? You're literally tearing your own country apart, little by little, tiny wee slivers at a time. But a sliver of a country is thousands, tens of thousands of people at a time. You're just tearing. Crazy motherfuckers, America, man. And you keep electing these fuckers. I love you, American people. I hate your politicians. I hate my politicians. I hate all fucking politicians. They're all fucking wankers. But my God, why do you keep voting for the same fuckers who fuck you over every other time? You don't even change. You don't even say, well, you know what, I'm not voting for, I'm going to vote for something else and just see what happens. No. You keep voting for the same fuckers who keep doing the same fucktarted shit, fucking your life up, and other people's lives around the world. Thank you, America, for not being able to stand up and fucking realise what the fuck is going on. Dig your head out your own fucking ass and look around the world and understand something. Maybe read a fucking book that doesn't have BIBLE on the fucking front of it.
There's one pending in Minnesota, and it's anybody's guess as to which one might be resolved first and might be appealed to the Supreme Court first. But the one in Colorado is on a pretty tight deadline. There is a January 5th deadline for this case to be resolved, because that's when they begin printing the presidential ballots for the Republican primary in Colorado, which is held in March.
Wow, so we'll have an answer on this within the next 3 months, one way or the other. This issue will finally be put to rest.
No, we will not have an answer to this in fucking 3 months. God damn it. We will have an answer within the next, I would think, 6 to 8 weeks. We will have an answer to whether Trump's going to survive or not. We don't have to wait for this guy. 6 to 8 weeks. If Trump is still fucking high in the polls and competing with Biden, it doesn't matter the fuck what you do in the next fucking 7 months. It doesn't matter. Right? You've got 6 to 8 weeks to fucking take him down, or you're going to see America change and turn. Especially with the fucking shit that's going on now, the distraction you've got now with Israel, as well as Ukraine, and you're going to try and fucking get your message out. Democrats try to get a message out. Are you kidding me? You've got 6 to 8 weeks to fucking hammer this shit through and get him fucking done. If you don't, minds are going to drift. America's minds are like gold fucking fish. A goldfish can look away and look back and forget where it is. And Americans are pretty much like that in my mind. I'm sorry, when it comes to politics, I don't mean all the time, people. But you are very, because you get bombarded at you all the fucking time. So when Europeans, we have like 8 weeks, 6 weeks, 10 weeks, that's it, that's our elections. Every 4 or 5 years, we have like 4 or 8 weeks to we have an election. Americans, it's like, well, this election is finished, let's go and have a sleep, wake up the next morning, let's start the next election campaign. It's like, what the fuck? It is totally constant. That's why you people just turn off. You just fucking turn off. You miss all the relevant information, and then you vote based on what you remember from like 4 years ago, and who pissed you off recently, and what you seen on YouTube. Somebody made you laugh and just mentioned the campaign, and you just followed that. Yeah, I'll vote for him. Oh God.
It sounds that way. And listen, I think we're going to see more suits filed as well, because in states where people refuse to put Donald Trump on the ballot, well, then Trump will probably sue. In states where they decide to put Donald Trump on the ballot, any number of organizations or the voters in that state might bring suit. So I have a feeling we only have 3 lawsuits on the books now to stop Donald Trump from being on the presidential ballot, but I suspect we're going to see many more.
This is something that I also don't understand in America, right? America are really, really invested in voting. It's like, oh my God, we are the most free nation in the world because we elect our leaders, And then you hear all this stuff about taking voting boxes away from places so people don't have somewhere to vote. And having, 4 voting centres closed down, and everybody who used to go to those closed ones go to one voting. And it's like having machines that don't work. So one voting place that normally would have 4 or 6 or 8 or 12, I don't know, man, maybe like 10 or 12% of them aren't working, so it slows down the people coming in. And now they're saying you can't even give people a fucking bottle of water or a fucking sandwich while they're waiting in the fucking sun or the rain, or, Really? How is that going to improve the voting security? People can't drink water and have a sandwich while they're waiting to get into the voting booth. Of course, there's a perfectly easy way to get around that. Say a rich person buys a cart, fills it with water bottles and sandwiches, you know, bread and meat and vegetables and, you know, between two bits of bread, right? And then goes down and says to people, I'm not giving it to you, I'm selling it to you. They'll get themselves a vending license, you know what I mean, for the area, and then go down there and go and vote, and yeah, here's a sandwich, 1 cent. There's a bottle of water, 1 cent. There's a sandwich, 1 cent. You know what I mean? Just surely everybody can have 1 cent on them, you know, or somebody next to it, whatever. You've not got a cent, you know, you don't bring them like, I'll give you a cent. You know, people would chip in and fucking, you know, this is what community is about. This is why the Republicans' idea of pushing people away for the fucking vote, no, from the polls, it's not going to work. It's not going to work. If you've been a downtrodden people, you fucking find ways to get around their shit. You fucking do, you know. But I'm waiting for the day that the black Americans are free, you know. I'm waiting for the day that Americans are free, no just the fucking rich white ones. What a fucking nation, mate. Such potential. These are wonderful people. But just like I seen a video the other day, I seen a video. Where is it? Let me show you. I seen a video. See, I watch a lot of shit. No, but I think it's this one, right?
This video is going to be interesting, even if you have heard 1,000 different reports about the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. I promise you that this will give you a new perspective. I will be talking about the settlements, the occupation, the two-state solution, Islam, Jerusalem, the solution, and a whole lot more. Before I break down the Palestinian narrative, a small trigger warning. I like facts.
Yeah, I'm with this guy. I don't hate anybody because of the colour of their skin, the sexual orientation, where they come from, the beliefs. I don't hate anybody for any of those things. As long as they don't try to force me to believe any of the things, I'm happy to let them believe anybody they want. So it doesn't interfere with me getting a job, doing my work, getting paid, you know, I'm 62 now, so I'm not doing any of those things, but you know, yeah. You can work next to me, I don't care. As long as we do our work together, we can go on, we can, you know, chat and talk about sport, women, or, you know, employees, music, bands, you know, all that, you know, we're doing it. I'm fine, you know. I don't care about all that other fucking extraneous fucking shit. Because it doesn't matter. What God you believe and how you worship him doesn't fucking matter. You go to work, you make bricks, and at the end of the day you go home, you feed your family, you go to bed, you get up, you go here, go to work, make bricks. That's life. And no amount of thinking that there's some magic fucking shit somewhere that if I kill the other guy over there that doesn't believe in the God I believe in, I'm going to get a better place in my God's heaven. Where the fuck does that make any fucking sense? Even to fucking religious people. Think about it. Every God in the world says do not murder, do not kill. Every God, every religion, it's a tenet. And then along comes some fucking crazy mullah or priest or fucking pastor or some fucking thing that says, oh, he only means that it's murder if you kill people that believe the same God as you. If they don't believe the same God, then they're no people, so you can kill them. And that's when religious people started going fucking haywire and murder crazy on each other. Oh, if they don't believe in my God, it's okay to kill, murder, rape, burn them, you know, steal the land, you know what I mean? They just went crazy fucking haywire. You hear them all the time, these Christians, you know, oh, I couldn't be an atheist. If God didn't exist, I'd be a murderer. And I'm like, what the fuck kind of fucking logic sense does that fucking make? You're either a good person or you're not. You don't need a God to make you understand that if you go next door raping and murdering your neighbours, they're not going to like you very much. Do you know what I'm saying? Yes. But of course, you remember that old saying from Jesus? Yes, rob and kill your neighbours as much as you like, so long as you believe in me, it's okay. Actually, I don't remember that being in the Bible or being a quote of Jesus. I'm sure I heard it somewhere, probably on some Christian radio. Anyway, right, this is a good video, by the way.
Saying, then bring me facts that contradict what I'm saying. If I say that Jerusalem is not mentioned in the Quran, or that the Jews said yes to the partition plan in 1947 and the Arabs said no, or that there was no such thing as a Palestinians in the 18th century, then feel free to prove me wrong. Send me a link to a letter from a pilgrim to the land of Israel who says that he met a nice Palestinian. I'm asking you to challenge me. If you just write me that I'm Zionist or that I'm biased or that I've received money from the Israeli government to make this video.
The thing is, right, I remember in the 70s, where is it?
Send me a link to a letter from a pilgrim to the land of Israel who says that he met a nice Palestinian. I'm asking you to challenge me. If you just write...
Yeah, see, these, Israel needs to stop the land grab in the United States, should be a part in funding apartheid. That's only a day ago. I remember these exact things being said, these things being on banners and stuff in the 70s for the PLO, helping, you know, supporting the PLO against Israel and its land grabbing empire building, and I believed I was against it because it was described to me what they were doing. But obviously back then I was at school and I only picked up, you know, things here and there, didn't really pay attention to it, so I was very easily led into believing this bullshit, and I did for many years believe a lot of this shit about Israel and the Palestinian and colonialism, yeah, apartheid. Yeah. But
write me that I'm Zionist or
Israel is an ethnic state, Israel a fascist. I even thought this as well, that Israelis had become the fascists that they hated. You know what I mean? After what happened with the Holocaust, and I think Israel, this is what I'm thinking, I don't think this now, right? But I was thinking, yeah, the Israelis went from meek to fucking, you know, wrath of God kind of people. And who can blame them? The people who survived were the ones who had to be wrathful and fight for life, you know. But it's not true. It was a stupid fucking thing that I thought when I was like 15 or something. And I maybe carried it through in my 20s, but from my 20s and my 30s when I started to learn more about what was going on in the area, I came, not exactly, this guy really studied it, but I have a better view, but I still don't really think I should say it about it because it's nothing to do with me. All I know is it's a horrific fucking situation for both sides, and I don't know the answer to it. And I don't think anybody does have the answer to it. You know, an answer that saves lives, an answer that doesn't include eradication of one side or the other. You know, it's very, very hard to see past the loggerheads that these people are at with each other. I mean, the Scots and English fought each other for centuries. The hatred that we have for them is gone compared to, you know, the Arabs against the Jews. And I say that deliberately. The hatred for the Arabs against the Jews is nothing like anything I've seen, even the Catholics and Protestants in Ireland, yeah. Bit like this, but they drew, I say we because I'm talking about, you know, Westerners, you know, British people. But they, you know, the people who actually were fighting in Ireland, you know, the terrorists out there, the IRA and all that, the UDA, all the fuckers, Baysides, killing each other. Again, I say I was a brought up Protestant. I don't believe in any of that. It's all rubbish. Religion is one of the ways to get people who wouldn't do horrible things to do horrible things. Believe they're doing it for a greater cause. Somebody higher than them. There's nobody higher than anybody. We're all the fucking same. There are no fucking gods. Do not throw your life and many other people's lives away for a fucking stupid belief. You're going to find out when you die. Leave it there. Shut your fucking mouth up until you die. And if you can, come back and write a book about it. Call it Bible Part 2 or something like that. Yeah. But until then, please shut the fuck up. And you know, let's listen to this guy's conversation. This he makes a lot of solid talking points. And he does ask for you, if you get any fucking evidence, any truthful facts, not just, oh, fuck you, you Jew, blah, 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 you know. You get any truthful fucking facts that you can bring to this conversation, he's asking you, you know, bring it.
That I'm biased or that I've received money from the Israeli government to make this video. Those aren't actually arguments. And for your information, I am completely against the current
This is the guy's channel, travelingisrael.com, right? So go there. You get any say and you let bring up. He's asking you to challenge him. Bring facts, don't just fucking talk shit. Pricks, right?
And I don't delete comments. Some people are 100% for Israel and some are 100% against it.
That's what I'm saying. You know, he doesn't delete comments. He lets them to say what they want to say. A nation with one of the most advanced weapons on earth can stop any invasion if they wanted to. What does one do when the road is vaguely concerned with the enemy? Your leader is unpopular. Yeah, I kind of believed this a wee bit ago as well. Something was mentioned about Netanyahu being told 10 days before this attack. And he moved troops from the Gaza to the West Bank, thinking that the attack was going to be in the West Bank, which you can imagine it's possibly a thing that a commander might do. But I don't know. I don't even know if any troops were moved. I don't know if he was told 10 days before. It's hard to believe there wasn't something going on and there wasn't some kind of feeling that something's going on and some intelligence thing didn't pass some word up saying, oh, we should maybe keep our ears open, put some more men in the field, you know, do a bit more investigating because there's something going on but we don't know what it is. I'm thinking maybe something like that happened, or maybe worse. Maybe he was told blatantly that it was from the Gaza and he wanted the war and sent people. So there is that conspiracy side of things with Netanyahu. And to be honest with you, I've never liked Netanyahu as the Prime Minister of Israel. And he is caught up with all this possible fraud, corruption, which I don't hear the Americans screaming or shouting about. I mean, they keep going on about the corruption in Ukraine and the corruption in Kenya, the corruption here, the corruption there. But Netanyahu, they're actually, and this is the thing as well, now that there's a war on, he's going to circumvent all the election protocols at the moment and just instigate martial law for the duration of the war. So the longer he keeps the war going, the longer he stays in office and doesn't have to face an election. And you can spend this time fighting Hamas, or you can spend this time looking like he's preparing to fight Hamas while he's dealing with making sure he's got the votes to get re-elected, and then backing down and going through diplomacy to solve the, if that's what, if Netanyahu suddenly calls off this invasion, goes with an international sort of group that will negotiate with Hamas and the gather people and get rid of them as like a pirate fucking nation. I mean, if that happens and he gets elected again, I'm thinking he did this to start. But if he goes through with this invasion and wipes out Hamas and then they go through an election and he either wins or loses, I'm sure if he wins the war, he'll probably get re-elected, and maybe that's what you're looking for. But he could also try and go the route of calling it off and getting votes to stay. If that's where it goes, I think he'll be set up. If he goes through with it, then I believe his passions are as a hawk, for the Jewish people. I'm probably wrong in everything I'm thinking or saying at the moment. But as I'm saying, it's just these are just my thoughts and what I'm looking at. And I am very drunk with stone, but who cares? Right.
I'm aiming for the middle ground. If I get dislikes and smart comments, then I know that this video has reached the right audience. But do give this video a like and subscribe. The last thing that I want to ask is this: don't use bombastic language in your comments if you don't have the numbers to support it. Ethnic cleansing is a very powerful expression. If in 1948 there were around 700,000 Palestinians and today there are 7 million in the land of Israel, you can't really use this term.
This is a thing that I heard bandied about the Israelis in the 70s. I'm talking about 75, 76. And I believed it at the time, but yeah, it is definitely not true. This was the thing again as well, I didn't learn until I was probably in my late 20s, 28 when I actually found out. Might have been 29, yeah. But I wasn't 30 yet, I was still in my 20s when I found out some of the real things that I had believed about the Jewish people were absolutely, totally fucking wrong. And I had to accept, because it's facts. And there's so much of this stuff covered up and not published. When news organisations like the BBC, Channel 4, Sky News, when they investigate this stuff, why do they not quote these details? Because they're fucking true. Let the guy speak.
However, if you want to use the word ethnic cleansing, you can do so to describe what happened to the Jews in Arab countries. In Morocco, in 1948, there were 265,000 Jews. Today, there are around 2,000. In Iraq, there were 135,000 Jews in 1948. Today, there are fewer than 10. Algeria used to be home to 140,000 Jews. Today, there are fewer than 50, and I can go on. It is Muslim countries who perpetrated ethnic cleansing on the Jews. But this statement doesn't quite cover what has been happening. Muslims have been doing this to all minorities, not only
not just Jews,
if you zoom
Christians,
out, you will see that 100 years ago,
even
there were
other
many Christian communities
Muslims who
and other
are
small ethnic groups
slightly
in
different
Middle
from
East.
them.
They are all being wiped out by Muslims. For some reason, the
You
Western
can't
world,
hold a
the
chicken
Christian world,
by 2
doesn't
feet.
want
We
to
only
talk
hold
about
it by a foot
As
and a
a
wing.
Jew,
You're
I
holding it
care
the
about
wrong
what is
way.
going
You know what I
on
mean?
with Jews all over the
Machete
world. And
kill
I
you.
find it
That's right.
very odd that Christians don't really care about Nazareth or Bethlehem, which are kind of important to the followers of Jesus, and used to be 80% Christians 50 years ago, and now are 80% Muslim.
This is the thing I learned from this video that I didn't know. He's going to tell you, so I'm not going to say. But this guy did educate me yet again with stuff that I didn't know. And what he's saying is true. So you can check it, you can look it up. And he came with the fucking facts, man.
The same goes for Christians in Syria, Lebanon, and Egypt. In Nigeria, Muslim organizations have murdered thousands of Christians. 2 million Christians have fled Iraq and become refugees in the last 2 decades, but no one seems to care about them, neither the media nor the universities. Everyone is obsessed with the Palestinian refugees. Did you know that the UN has 2 agencies for refugees, one for hundreds of millions of refugees all over the world, and another one called UNRWA, which is only for the most privileged refugees on earth, the Palestinians? Don't just take my word for it. Check it out for yourself. So let's talk about the story the Palestinians like to tell and the media like to repeat. The Palestinians lived in Palestine for hundreds of years. They lived peacefully alongside a small Jewish minority until the rise of Zionism, a colonialist movement which, under the umbrella of the European imperial powers, started kicking the Palestinians out of their land and homes, causing the current situation. And now for the facts. In the long history of the land of Israel, there was never such a thing as the Palestinian people until the 20th century. Millions of pilgrims have come to...
And this was a thing that we knew in Britain when I was being educated back in the 60s and 70s. Yeah, we knew that the Palestinians weren't the original inhabitants of the area they inhabited. We knew that they were all immigrants that had come in from multiple different Arab nations. In fact, Britain had helped to move some of those people from some areas into that area. Yeah, in a way, Britain is responsible for quite a lot of the crushing together of what used to be quite widely spread clans, you could call them, groups, even small nations. They probably consider themselves as small nations, and Britain just stuck them all together. Drew a line here, drew a line there. Him and the guy, the French guy next to him, have another cigar, and and all that. And yeah, they did that, and the Arabs ended up with this, and the Jews ended up with it as well. And yeah, I've got to say, the Brits and the French, maybe not so much the Americans, but they let us do it. But they were happy with what they got. Everybody got something out of the First and Second World War, so don't worry about it. Apart from the Jews and the Arabs.
To the land of Israel over the last 3,000 years. They've come across Jews, Arabs, Christians, Muslims, Druze, Turks. They've never met a Palestinian. Now you might say, regardless of whether they have existed as a nation, all people should enjoy human rights, and all people should have the right to identify themselves as they wish.
Mm-hmm. So why did Hamas run out into the Jewish settlements and murder men, women, children? I don't know. I'm trying to think of a reason why they would do that. Were they paid to do it? Probably not. Did they need to do it? You know, like if they didn't, the people were going to come into their homes and kill them. No, I don't think it's that either. So, it's not self-defense. I can't really think of any other reason. Maybe they're all mad. They all ate the same stew that had magic mushrooms in it, and they all went crazy and decided to, well, some of them did fly out of the fence and attack people. They were probably thinking that the Jews were monsters or something. They were all like, ugh, out of nuts or something. Or maybe they're just crazy fucks who hate anybody that's not like them, and they've been brought up like that all their life. Don't know anything else. It's a bit like, you remember the movie Dredd, right? And Judge Dredd and this psych girl get up to the top where they go into the computer room, and the wee guy's there with his eyes and all that, who's been like tortured by the boss. And the psych reads his mind, goes, oh, I'm sentencing him, I'm letting him go. And the judge said, what's going on here? I'm sentencing him, you know. He's a victim, you know what I mean? Not a perpetrator. So she sort of like, you know, sorted that out, you know. I think this guy's doing the same thing right here.
And I agree. You have the right to identify yourself however you like, but you don't have the right to reinvent history. And the history of the region is very clear. This is probably the most documented piece of land on the planet. There is a very good book, a very ancient and popular book about the connection of the Jews to Judea. It is called the Bible. Now, wait. I know what you are thinking. He's going to say that God gave this land to the Jews. And no, if you believe that God gave this land to the Jews, great. And if not, also great. The undeniable point is that there is a strong connection between the Jews and the land of Israel.
Yeah. See, this is what I'm saying by bringing the facts, you know, bringing the evidence, right? Now, it's a fact that there were Jews in Israel. It's a fact that there were Muslims in Israel. But the Muslims in Israel had names, and they're written in documents that we know come from the time that he's talking about, and prove that, as he said, nobody called any of the Muslim nations around them Jordanians or Palestinians. They did not exist. But Israelis, the Jews, they existed. Other nations have written about them and written about where they lived. So yeah, the Jews do have a claim to the land. And the Palestinians don't, because there's actually no such thing as a Palestinian. And you would probably find that out if you DNA tested everybody in the West Bank and Gaza. Some of them might be related to each other, but I guarantee that they will not all be one race of people who have been breeding together for a long time with just occasional outsiders and mingling. No, you will find out that they come from multiple different nations around the Middle East, and none of them actually reside there ancestrally on the land that they occupy. I think there's probably a lot of Jews you could say the same about as well, because they will be intermingled, interbred by Russians, Germans, lots of Europeans, and maybe they've came back and they're not quite connected to the Jews who have lived there for centuries, and But the DNA could sort all that out. I'd love to see a big DNA print of everybody in the world and just where do you all come from, and No, I think that way. You imagine DNA testing everybody in the world and getting like a big like instant picture snap of the position of all the DNA and interrace mix and all around the world, and trace it all back and stuff. Oh, that'd be mental. Yeah. Let's get this.
There are thousands of books from the last 3,000 years that write about Jews and the land of Israel, and in archaeological digs we find Jewish coins, Jewish texts, and Jewish artifacts. There isn't a single book or piece of archaeological evidence that point to a Palestinian people. You don't like what I'm saying? Then prove me wrong. But it is much more than that. The connection of Christian and Muslim to Jerusalem is...
This is the craziest thing as well. This part of the world, God, I think it's it may have been before the first. This could be like before the 1st century. So this would be like a century BC. You know what I mean? It might not be. It might be the 1st century. But anyway, so the Romans came in and did what Britain did as well. They came in. They drew some nice queen wines and. This is where these people live, and they renamed it, and then these are where other people lived, and they renamed that, and then the Romans came in and did a bit of terraforming themselves. You know what I mean? It's funny that the British and not just the British, but the Europeans weren't the first to do. The Romans had, and maybe we knew about that. Maybe us Europeans knew about that, and it was something we'd always wanted to do, so we copied the Romans. I don't know, but yeah, they were very big on incorporating people into their nation and supporting someone who might not be actually a member of the royal family, helping them kill the royal family, changing the name of the nation, supporting that tyrant, and then just making money, milking money out of the country, Anyway, that's what the Romans did. A bit like the British Empire and Russia and America, and well, not America, but corporations, Amazon and stuff. Okay, maybe not Amazon, but I think they do, milking the money out of every single cent they can sponge and scrape and squeeze out. Yeah, they're going to do that for what? To increase the stock price? For what? So they're worth more money? For what? I don't know. Get their picture in a magazine or something, or I don't know, they might get an award at some presentation for being a businessman or something. Is it worth your kids fucking hating you? Most of the world hating you, you know what I mean? Even these fuckers that start out, I've changed, I'm a billionaire now, but now I'm going to go out and spend all my billions on making the world a better place, and it's like, yeah, well, speed it the fuck up. You were quick enough to take the fucking money, but you want to spend it over the next 1,000 years, you're going to be dead in fucking 5, Spend some fucking money, you prick. You've got fucking billions. Just spend $1 billion in Africa. Never mind this pussy shit fucking couple £100,000 here and a couple $100,000 there. No, just spend £1 billion on fucking infrastructure, no hospital infrastructure and schools. £1 billion fucking pound in Africa. America. Well, not America, but fucking, what do you call him? Who's that specky cunt? Used to be the Windows guy. Hey, doing so much around the world. You get billions. Just spend a whole billion. Just go to one African country and spend £1 billion there on schools and hospitals. And 100 million on fucking an army that will stop their neighbours from invading. Just give them 10 years and see what they can fucking do with it. And then you point at the rest of Africa and say, look, you could all be like this if you stop fucking killing each other. Just accept that the fucking world doesn't revolve around you being king of the fucking jungle. Get a normal fucking life, pricks. And then get all these psychologists in there and find out where all the crazy, Mugabes and all that are, and fucking, lock them up. That's the thing. Africa doesn't have any fucking mental hospitals. Well, Britain doesn't anymore either. Oh, it's sad to say. We used to have institutions where if you were acting weird, if you were walking along the road with no pants on, no knickers, wearing flippers and a tutu and a jet pilot's helmet. Yeah, in Britain, we used to be able to call the police. They would come in and, they wouldn't arrest you. They would detain you for an examination at the police station with a doctor. And if the doctor thought that you were under drugs, anything like that, you would be locked up for 12 hours while you come out. But if you were still at that after 12 hours, they would have to get you psychologically analysed. Somebody would come and assess you, and then you might end up, for your own and the society's protection, you might end up in a mental institution. Yeah. It takes 2 doctors to examine you and confirm that they both agree that you need medical help for your own safety and the safety of others. The reason it's your safety and the safety of others, because you might not be violent, but then that might open you to walking down the street and other people taking advantage of you. So it's for your safety not to let you wander the street and be taken advantage of. And the other side of it, you might be mentally crazy, frenzy, wanting to murder and drink people's blood. So for the society's safety, you're in hospital until you appear to be normal. And they'll test you occasionally, they'll poke you in the door. I'm sure that's not how they test you. But anyway, we used to do that in Britain, and then Margaret Thatcher fucking went over to America, and I don't know, Ronald Reagan must have had some size of a dick. I don't know. But she came back from America, bow-legged, and hell for weather, wanting to institute into Britain Reaganomics. Yeah, you remember that, America? How did that work out for you? Yeah, worked out for us just about the same or worse. And we're still seeing the fallout from that in Britain. Not saying Margaret Thatcher was terrible at everything. Just most of what she did. Anyway, let's not dwell on the past.
It's based on the Jewish connection. Jesus was Jewish, and the connection of Muslims to Jerusalem is also based on the Jews. Let me explain. I will go even further and say that Jerusalem was never the capital of a Muslim empire. It was always Cairo, Damascus, or Baghdad. Jerusalem was mostly important to the Muslims when they were fighting against the Jews or the Christians. Under Muslim rule, Jerusalem was often a very neglected city. This makes sense, as Jerusalem, which is mentioned some 600 times.
This is what drives me insane. I didn't really understand the Crusades and all that shit, right? But I believe the crap that I basically picked up after only getting like probably 2 weeks or something on the Crusades. Never even having to write an essay on it or anything. And most of it was actually, we only get told about it because there was kings involved. So we're actually learning the different kings, you know, the royal family from way back up until present day. And obviously it involves some of the battles and things they were famous for during their reign. And some of that was, you know, kings from England going all the way over to the Crusades in Jerusalem. And a lot of people don't even remember that they got taught this in history at school at my age. A lot of people have watched movies like, I think it's The Golden Cross or some fucking thing. And I think there was a Netflix thing about the Crusades. And this is what people remember. They think that that's them just showing you history, but like in a movie, you know. They don't understand that there's a hell of a lot of artistic license and journalistic license used, and you know, they're not actually portraying what happens, they're portraying what somebody has written as they think things might have been, or how it might have been done, or how a thing happened, you know. But nobody actually knows any of these details. So the things you see in that movie are not fucking history. There's maybe like a line in an hour of a movie that you can say that's historical. The rest of it is all made for your entertainment, and you shouldn't believe what they say about very deep, complicated problems in different parts of the world. But anyway, yeah, it's the same as the Japanese and Chinese and North Korea, Taiwan. I mean, there are so many places in the world you could just look at and say, you know what, there are terrible things happening there, and I wonder how we could help. How you can help most of the time is just stay the fuck out of it. And wait till you're asked, and then you can make a decision on whether you want to help or not. I know it's difficult to look at it that way because some people might think, oh, well, that means you're going to refuse to help somebody, you know, who's in need. But yes, sometimes you don't want to help. I mean, you're walking down a path, it's raining, there's thunder and lightning, and you hear a scream and a yell for help, and you run to the edge of the cliff, and here's this guy hanging off the cliff, and it's like, I don't know, he's already hurt him. How did he get so damaged? He's covered in blood, you know? And then you look down at your foot, and there's a knife lying there. It's also covered in blood. And then you look around it, and there's a woman's body just about 6-7 yards away, stabbed to bits. Right? Now, are you going to help that guy? Going to save him? No. But what you didn't know is he was defending her, and the guy with the knife, he's actually behind you. He's got a big gigantic fucking samurai sword about to chop your head off, you know what I mean? Well, that's two scenarios now. So, did you help the guy on the cliff? Or did you get your head chopped off? Or did you just run away and don't want anything to do with it? You know what I mean? There's multiple scenarios of what's going on there.
In the Jewish Bible, isn't even mentioned once in the Quran. Chapter 17 of the Quran talks about the night journey of Muhammad. He ascended from Al-Aqsa, which means the most faraway mosque. How did it come to be associated with Jerusalem? In order to understand this, you need to go back to the Jews. the Jews had two temples on what is now known as Temple Mount.
See, this is him. If you go to Jerusalem today, right? Oh my fucking god, what a fucking fantastic fucking place that is. Hogwarts being attacked by goblins, got nothing on this, right? I mean, so you've got three factions. You've got the Christians, and you've got the Muslims, and you've got the Jews, and they own a little bit of this little tiny hill, right? The Christians getting one this door, and the Muslims go on that door, and the Jews have this thing on that side, you know what I mean? I think it's the wall. I don't know if they get I think they get into the temple as well. There's been lots of fights. I can't remember who's in charge of the temple now. At one time, the Muslims were in charge of it, and then the Jews attacked and won it. And this is over the last 50 years, mate. This is going back forward. And the Christians have had attacks by Muslims, and the Christians even have attacks from other Christians attacking the Christians who own the Christian church that's attached to the... Oh my God. This is... I'm telling you, you can't make this up. You cannot make this up. Yes, the Christians attacked the Christians in Jerusalem who were in charge of the Christian part of the Mount Temple place thing. There's a Christian part there as well. And yeah, the Christians attacked the Christians. One sect wanted to take over and didn't we? And there was a big battle and a big fight. It was terrible. It was horrible, you know. Anyway, but that was like 600 years ago. I don't think the Christians have attacked, well, it might have been less than 600, but it was hundreds of years ago, right? It wasn't like recently. No, the Christians have chilled out. I think they've all got old. I mean, you go and look at a Christian church or a Christian temple now anywhere, it's all full of old men. It's full of old men, not young men anymore. They're all too busy out trying to convert the natives in far distant countries and avoid being arrested for paedophilia at the same time. It must be a hard fucking job for these religious people. But anyway, I'm sure it's fun sometimes. I'm sure they have time to have a day off. You know, I don't know, like an ice cream and sit on the beach or something. You don't always have to be a paedophile, do you? Is it a 24/7 job or something? I don't know. Maybe they get paid extra if they pray when they're doing it. You know what I mean? It's like signing in for overtime or something. I don't know. I don't know how it works. I honestly don't know how these people get saved. I don't know how God allots these people passes to heaven or not. Going on the amount of money they steal from, you know, the congregations, which they don't give to God because God doesn't need money. I mean, if God needs money, think, you know, like you remember Water Wayne. So yeah. I don't know why churches need to collect so much money for God. If you can explain that to me, put it in the comments below.
The temples were located on the holiest site for the Jews, which is the top of Mount Moriah. The first temple was destroyed by the Babylonians, and the second was destroyed by the Roman Empire. 60 years after the Romans destroyed the temple, the Jews rebelled again, and the Romans changed the name of the region from Judea to Palestina, and this is how the name came to be. It was intended to disconnect the Jews from the name Judea. 700 years after the destruction of the temple, the Muslims colonized the land of Israel and said that Muhammad ascended to heaven from the place where the Jewish temple stood. Now, at this point, you may well be saying, what? The Muslims believe that Muhammad ascended to heaven from the exact same...
Well, no, that's not fucking true. I'm a nosy fucker, right? As I say, I've never actually been able to say that I've actually met and worked with Jews or a Jewish person. As I say, a person could work with me all fucking day, all week, all year, and I would not know they were Jewish if they didn't make out to me they were Jews and did Jewish things and went like a typical Jewish person from Jerusalem with an accent on it. But I mean, if they were like a Scottish Jew, you know, with a Scottish accent, I would never know. You know, so... But I have worked with Arabs and Muslims, and they do have a different attitude to life, which I find disconcerting at times. And yet, they totally embrace and love the country that they're in and everything about it. It's just, there's certain times when you can see that they're it's like festivals. I don't agree with festivals. I was brought up Christian. I don't give a fuck about Easter, Christmas, baby Jesus, only with a stone. I'm an atheist. I don't give a fuck about all that. Right? What I love is all the inventions that were made, all the stuff we have done, the changes we've done to the countryside where we didn't destroy it, and now I see us destroying the countryside in order to put shit in we don't need and we're not going to need in 20 years, and it's going to take us 20 years to build it, and it's like, why are these people in charge? I just get so upset. This man must be upset as well with the whole fucking world. Jerusalem has been in this situation for, again, as I say, more than 50 years. And for all the fucking support that Britain, Europe, America has given them, verbal, military, financial, but I think they needed more than that. And we didn't actually do any of that. We were too busy making sure we got oil off the Arabs than making sure that Israel was going to be a safe and secure place for the Jewish people to settle after telling them it would be. We told them it would be. We guaranteed their safety. I remember that as well. That's a document I'm sure that Britain has got signatures on. 47, I think it was, Britain guaranteed the safety of the Jewish people in Israel, as did America as well, I'm sure. What people fail to realise that we are only fulfilling a long, long ago promise, which hasn't been fulfilled yet because the Jewish people are not safe yet in Israel. So yeah, it's an ongoing problem for both Britain and America, who I'm sure both signed an agreement with that with Israel.
Spot that is the holiest site for the Jews, and this is not written in the Quran. Yes, and if you find it strange, that's because you don't know Jerusalem. Nothing makes a place more holy than competition with another religion. The Muslims took the place which was the holiest for the Jews 1500 years prior to the existence of Islam and made it their third holiest place. Don't believe me? Here is a pamphlet of the Waqf, the Muslim authorities that say that this is the location of the Temple of King Solomon. Although what I'm saying here is very basic history, there is a good chance you don't know about it, and I don't blame you. You hear so much about the conflict, but the...
No, that's what I mean. This, I didn't connect all these things like when I was being taught, because we were taught history like in blocks, right? So you get a history book, and it's like this week we're doing chapter fucking 5, right? And it's on like the Greek, Greco fucking Romani wars. So you get that, but there's also ones on, you know, the Judaism, you know, the Judeo-Roman wars and all that as well, right? So you get, you know, but it's like you cover it in a week, 2 weeks, 3 days, depending on how much they're going to be teaching about that. But I've got to say, I am quite amazed when I think about, you know, in the 60s and 70s, we were being taught real, real information about the world. And now I find it harder and harder and harder to actually get real information. I thought when I left school, when I left school, it was easy to get information. I could just walk into any library and fucking ask for any book that the library rates would be had in any library that they didn't have that I wanted, and they would get it fucking, you know, yeah, come back and, you know, we'll send you a letter, you know, the book you wanted, you know, come in, and for free. They would send it from one end of the country to the other, and people fucking, you know, read it. I could also go to the Central Library and look at books made of vellum. The original books painted. I could look at them, couldn't touch them. But I could look at them and I could take notes and stuff and make out like I was like a student studying something, you know. And there'd be a wee woman there asking me what I was interested in, calligraphy and artwork from 1570 to 1620. You know, I had things that I was wanting to look at. And, I remember those fucking books, because I knew they were in there. That's why I was questioning. Oh my God, you know. I should actually try and do that again, because they are sort of, and the smell as well. The smell of the books, man, it's like going back in fucking time, you know, you're breathing time, you know, God. It's absolutely...
Media tends to forget the basics. Jerusalem was always the center of Jewish life. Muslims turn their back on Jerusalem when they pray towards Mecca, and Jews pray towards Jerusalem. When Jews get married, part of the ceremony is to say that we will never forget Jerusalem. Jews have almost always lived in Jerusalem, even under the harshest conditions. Since the 13th century, the Muslims haven't allowed the Jews to pray at their holiest site, the Temple Mount, and the Jews have had to pay extra taxes and suffer harassment. They have even had to pay the Muslims a fee to pray at the Western Wall, the closest to the Temple Mount they were allowed to pray.
See, this is something that I recognise, that I can see that the Jewish people are upset about, and that the world should be upset about. But then you look at America, and America's kind of like a religious apartheid too. Yeah, you can have your churches, but, you know, we don't want them being too, like, multiple. We don't want them in places where we don't want them. I don't want them next door to me. I don't want them in any place where tourists are going to see it. You know, we don't want them thinking we're an Arab nation. You know, it's all that. Americans are so fucked up, they don't even know they're fucked up. But they look at the Jewish people doing all this, and the Arab people doing all this, and if they look at how fucked up they are, we've got to go and help these poor children who are just led astray. They don't understand. They need Jesus in their heart. Blah, 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 bloody blah, blah. Yeah, America, stop fucking taking your religion around the fucking world with you. People need your help. Yes. They might need your military help. They might need your medical help. They might need just your help, helping them know, to like connect into international banking, a trading agreement, stuff like that. This is what countries, small countries, need. They don't need your pity. They need your actual help, and they don't need you saying it. Attached to that is that you've got to become a Christian fucking nation. Stop giving condoms out for free. Stop giving people the pill, girls. Stop fucking doing abortions. You can't go around the world telling people how to fucking live. You might as well just say, we are closed, we're not giving you any money, and then see how you fucking go on. You religious motherfuckers, you do nothing but fucking ruin every fucking thing. Everything. I know, there's people that are saying, oh no, religion is good, no, look at how good they do. Look at how they helped here. Yeah, they helped for like 3 days during the crisis. And they helped another 3 days, like 6 months later somewhere else. But you're collecting money in every fucking day, and you're funneling it up to the stairs to fucking people above you, and then they're using that to fucking convince senators and representatives to vote the way that they want for their political fucking ends, religious political ends. And you might not agree with what they're doing. As a woman, a Christian woman, you might not agree with removing Roe v. Wade, but you don't have any say in it, because all the men run your fucking church, right? Apart from the crazy woman who make money out of making prophecies on TV or some fucking thing, evangelist. But yeah, all the men run your church, and they make all the decisions. And they take all your money, and they do what they want with it. And what they're doing with it hurts you, your neighbour, and every person around about you. Over time, look at this fucking state of America as you've become more white, egocentric, racist, Christian, fundamentalist fucktards. America has descended into hell. Which is what you Christians fucking want, apparently. You can't be fucked up enough. Woe is me. Look at how I'm being persecuted because I'm white and Christian in a white Christian nation. You're still over 80% fucking white and Christian in America. God damn, man, you fucking bitch and moan, man. I find it funny. Americans think the world is so
the Islamization of
them.
Jewish sites hasn't only happened in Jerusalem. In Hebron, one of 4 cities that are holy to the Jews, there is the cave of the Patriarch, which according to tradition is the place where Abraham was buried. To humiliate the Jews, Muslims didn't allow them to enter the building, and Jews were only allowed to walk up to the 7th step. Only in 1967, when Israel liberated Hebron, were Jews allowed for the first time in 700 years to enter the second holiest place for Jews. Why do I say liberated Hebron and not conquered? I will get to that in a minute. And now we get to the interesting part, the 19th century and Zionism. Jews have always migrated, or as we say in Hebrew, gone up to the land of Israel. In the 17th and...
He tells us that the Jews have always migrated. Every nation migrates. That's how all the Arabs got into Israel in the first place. So yeah, him saying that the Israelis have always migrated out of Israel. Yeah, the Scots have always been. Fuck me, there's 50 million Scots. Scottish descendants in America and Canada, right? North America, right? 50 million. No, they're not all direct, but you know, they're probably half and quarter Scottish, you know, right? 50 million. Anyway, they wear kilts once a year. There's only like 5 million Scots or 6 million Scots, and a lot of them are Indian, Chinese, Korean, Italian, Pakistani, African. I mean, you know, I can go to any fucking city street, well, main city street, not like a wee town street, but a main city street, and I'll see about 60 or 70 nations, no, different nationalities in a day. If I just walk around Glasgow, I'll see about 40 or 50, maybe 60 different nationalities. It's London, you probably get that in 15 or 20 minutes in some places. You see 50, 60 nations. National. Yeah, so travelling didn't, yeah. Fuck me. The Vikings, they think we're in China, you know. The Scots, they think we're in China. Otherwise, they don't know. Red sheets. Maybe they started in China and they're dying out in Scotland now, although they're not dying out in Scotland. There's more redheads in Scotland and around about the Edinburgh area than anywhere else in the world.
18th century, Jews came from all over the Jewish world, from Europe, from North Africa, from Yemen, in small numbers due to the harsh conditions, but there was always a steady movement of Jews coming to Israel. The first Zionist Congress was held in 1897, but 50 years beforehand, in the 1850s, there were more Jews than Muslims in Jerusalem. In the rest of the land, yes, there were more Muslims, but it is important to know that even before the start of the Zionist movement, there were dozens of Jewish settlements in the land of Israel. In the last decades of the Ottoman Empire, as in all empires, there were lots of different groups. Some groups got bigger with time, some smaller, some bought land, some sold land. Many European powers bought land for institutions, and some groups, mostly Germans and Americans, settled in the land of Israel to speed up the second coming of Jesus. Many different groups. None of the groups used the word Palestinian to describe themselves. The first Zionist Congress took place in 1897. The Zionist movement was a national movement, not a colonialist or an imperialist movement, but a national one of many. This was the age of the fall of empires, the German Empire, the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and the Ottoman Empire, and of the rise of national movements. And the Zionist movement was the national movement of the Jews. It is as simple as that. In the first half of the 20th century, millions of people moved from one place to another to create nation states. What's special about the Jews is that they never stole or used violence to take any land in the land of Israel. I'm always getting comments from Muslims and pro-Palestinians about Jews stealing the land from the local Arabs. Here is a challenge for you. Give me the name of one village that the Jews stole from the Arabs from the 7th century, when the Arab Caliphate colonized the land of Israel, until 1947, when the Arabs started a war to wipe out the Jews. From the year 636 till 1947, not a single square foot was stolen by the Jews.
I just realised I've been fucking recording this with an open mic and speakers. Fuck. So it's probably going to sound like shit. But I don't think we've got much longer to go before we get to where I want to stop with this guy anyway, because there's an interesting bit coming up, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to mute my mic and then I'll talk afterwards, right, so you can hear this bit. If MD stay to the end, I don't think MD did, but I'll get you in like, I think 5 minutes or something. Okay.
Again, if you don't like what I'm saying, then prove me wrong. give me the names of villages that Jews stole prior to the War of Independence. On the other hand, I can give you lots of names of Jewish villages that Arabs, or Palestinians if you will, destroyed before 1948. Take Hebron for example. Jews lived in Hebron for hundreds of years. In 1929, the Arabs, not 1 or 10, but whole gangs of Arabs, murdered 70 Jews, and the ancient Jewish settlement had to be abandoned until it was brought back into Jewish hands in 1967. You want more names of Jewish villages that were abandoned because of Arab violence? Here are some more. Many were rebuilt after a few years. The Arabs used violence against Jewish civilians in the land of Israel many years before the occupation and many years before the land of Israel was established. And by the way, they didn't only use violence against the Jews. Christians suffered as well. Remember the German and American settlements I told you about? They suffered as well. The family of John Steinbeck, the American novelist, had a farm outside Jaffa, or at least they had it until Arabs broke in and murdered Steinbeck's great uncle and sexually assaulted his wife and his daughter. Here is an interesting anecdote. Two other great American novelists, Mark Twain and Herman Melville, visited the land of Israel, and like hundreds of other pilgrims, they wrote about how neglected the land was, and many wrote about how violent the local Arabs were. From 1970 till 1948, the British and the French were in control of the Middle East. The Jews blamed the British for being pro-Arab, and the Arabs blamed the British for being pro-Jewish. I will tell it as it was. The British were pro-British. They had two main interests in the region: to have oil flowing from Iraq to the port of Haifa, and to ensure the Suez Canal remained open. And because both of these interests lay in the hands of the Arabs, they were pro-Arab. Today it is very fashionable to be against colonial powers, And of course, they did do a lot of damage. But I find it absurd that pro-Palestinians are anti-colonial, as it was the Roman Empire that gave the name Palestine to the area, and the British Empire that gave it its borders. When the British and the French drew lines on maps, they invented two nations that never existed before, the Palestinians and the Jordanians. Another fact that is often overlooked is that pro-Palestinians are always talking about Jewish immigrants coming from Europe. No one talks about the Arabs who came to the land of Israel. Hundreds of thousands of Arabs from Egypt, Syria, and other places entered the land of Israel in the 1930s and 40s to work for the British and are now seen as native Palestinians. It is hard to estimate the number of Arabs who entered the land of Israel between 1917 to 1947 to work for the British, as the borders were open, but the number is in the hundreds of thousands. Probably about half of the population of Gaza came to the land of Israel during the British Mandate time. Their last names usually hint towards the actual origin of the family. I find it absurd that people like my great-grandmother, who came to Israel from Eastern Europe in the 1920s, after dreaming about the Jewish homeland for generations, are seen as white colonialists, while Egyptians who came to work for the British in 1945 are seen as native Palestinians. Now you might be saying, who cares where they came from and if they have been here for generations? They have the right to self-determination. And again, I agree. In 1947, the UN proposed the division of the land into a Jewish state and an Arab state. The Jews said yes, and the Arabs said no, and then started a war in a bid to eliminate the Jews. The morning after the partition plan, Palestinians attacked Abbas and murdered 5 Jews. This is how the war was started. They were offered a state, they said no, and start murdering Jewish civilians. Not a single Jew was spared in all of the places that fell into local Palestinian hands. Luckily for us, after 15 months of fighting the local Arabs and the 5 Arab armies that invaded Israel, we won. And yes, during the War of Independence, independence, many Arab villages were destroyed and about 700,000 people were displaced. That's what happens when you try to wipe out your neighbors. You might well lose and have to pay the price. At the same time, 800,000 Jews were brutally expelled from Muslim countries. For some reason, no one cares about them or want to tell their story. Millions of articles and papers have been written about the Palestinians who had to evacuate their homes because of a war. They started, yet very little has been written about the Jews living in Muslim countries who were subjected to pogroms and had to flee, even though they were innocent. Please tell me why you care so deeply about the Palestinian refugees, and yet you couldn't care less about all the millions of other refugees who had to flee at the same time, 14 million Germans, about the same number of Hindus and Muslims, Ukrainians, Armenians, Poles, people from the Balkans, and I could go on and on. The Palestinian refugees are the most privileged refugees in the world. Some say that the partition plan wasn't fair as the Jews made up 1/3 of the population but got 2/3 of the land. To that I will say this, the Arabs actually also got what is now known as Jordan, so in fact the Jews got a much smaller part. And I should also add that the Arabs got all the good land and the Jews got the swampland and the desert land. And now I'm going to state a fact that is definitely going to annoy all the haters of Israel. The Jews took the swampland and the desert land and made the impossible possible. We turned the land into gold. Israel is pioneer in irrigation systems and desalination system, Israel invented vegetables and fruits that can grow in salt water and yet taste sweet. As for the Arabs, the large part of their land is now polluted and contaminated. After 1948, the Palestinians had years to establish a free Palestinian state, as they were under Egyptian and Jordanian rule. Yet they didn't do that. In 1964, the Palestinians established the PLO, or the Palestinian Liberation Organization. Now, this is interesting. In 1964 is 3 years before the Six-Day War. So before Israel occupied the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, and before a single settlement was built, they were already calling for the destruction of Israel. When the Arabs say free Palestine, they don't mean we want an independent Palestinian state next to Israel. What they want is a Palestinian state that replaces Israel. The Palestinians kept rejecting all offers made to them from 19 1947 till 2008, when Ehud Olmert, the Israeli prime minister, offered the Palestinians all the West Bank and East Jerusalem as their capital. They said no to every offer that was made to them, invested all the money they received from the world in terror, and then cried that they were their victims. The Palestinians do have a harder life than we Israelis, but they only have themselves to blame. So what is the solution? When will there be peace? Not in the near future, because this conflict is not about the land. I've already told you that even before the Six-Day War and even before 1948, the Palestinians were trying to wipe out the Jews. Here is another example. Take Gaza. In 2005, Israel withdrew from the Gaza Strip. Gaza is an Israeli and Jew-free area. The Palestinians get more money than any other group on the planet, from the US, from the European Union, from Arab countries, from the UN. And what do they do with this money? Infrastructure, education? No. They build tunnels and buy weapons to kill Jews. Why do they do that? The Hamas constitution makes it very clear. The first sentence is, Israel will exist until Islam wipes it out. It doesn't say we want peace. It doesn't say we want a Palestinian state. It clearly says until Islam wipes it out. They want a Muslim caliphate. I respect Hamas for one thing only, for actually expressing and being clear about what they want, which is to eliminate Israel. Personally, I want the Palestinians to have a democratic state with human rights and freedoms. And I wish for all Arabs and Muslims to have the same. But what I want is not necessarily what they want. To solve the problem, you need to understand the problem. And the problem is made up of two things. One which Westerners don't understand anymore, religion, and one which Westerners don't want to talk about, values. Religion plays no role at all in European politics. In the US, politicians do say God bless America, and the debate surrounding abortion is partly religious. But when it comes to foreign policies, you don't hear American generals talk about spreading the word of Jesus. In the Muslim world, it is very different. When Arabs kill Jews at a music festival, or Christians in a school in Nigeria, or one another in Syria, Yemen, Libya, what is it they shout? Allahu Akbar, God is great. Jihad is a religious war against the infidels. To many Europeans, the words infidels and heresy probably remind them of dark days that played out hundreds of years ago, when Catholics and Protestants were killing each other. Sadly, this is still the situation in some parts of the Muslim world. Just think about the organizations you hear about in the Muslim world: Hamas, Hezbollah, Islamic Jihad, ISIS, Al-Qaeda, Boko Haram, the Taliban. These aren't national organizations. They are all religious organizations. Now let's talk about the bigger issue, values. Lots of people run from this as if they were running from fire because the biggest concern is potentially being called a racist. I want to be 100% clear here, although I know that some will do their best to misunderstand me. If I say that men are more violent than women, does it mean I hate all men? No. Does it mean that I think all men are violent? No. Does it mean that there are no violent women? No. But if in almost all countries, more than 90% of those in jails are men, then you can say that men are more violent than women. I believe you can criticize anyone for anything. You can criticize me as a Jew, as an Israeli, as a man, as a tour guide. You can criticize me for things I can't change, like my identity, and for the things I chose, like my profession, the music I like, the fact that I'm a father. My identity society is comprised of thousands of different aspects, and you can criticize any one of them, and I can agree or disagree. I can say, true, Israelis aren't very polite and they don't know how to form a queue, but I'm different. And I can also accept the criticism. If you are not a narcissist, you know that you're not perfect. I don't subscribe to the narrative that you're only allowed to say good things about other groups and criticize your own. I actually want to be criticized. I want to be made to think, to be made to improve my ways. The Me Too movement made me rethink the way I interact with women and made me more aware of the language I use. I criticize all groups, Americans, Germans, Britney Spears fans, ultra-Orthodox Jews, women, Gen Z, and Muslims. I even criticize the most dangerous group of all, Israeli mothers. If a teacher writes that she is sick, there is no need for 30 get well soon messages. You don't show that you care by writing a message. You're just spamming my WhatsApp. If there were peace in all of the Middle East and only the Arab Muslim Palestinians were resorting to violence, I would say, okay, maybe we are in the wrong. But if the Palestinians were using violence before 1967 and before 1948, and almost all of the Arab Muslim countries are dictatorships with high levels of violence and low levels of human rights, then maybe there's really a problem here. I'm also getting comments from Muslims blaming colonialism and the Americans for all the problems in the Muslim world. And it is true that the creation of many countries and borders in Africa and Asia were determined by the interest of the European empires, and that the US think primarily about its own interests, but I'm always shocked to find that Muslims take no responsibility for their wrongdoing. The fact that most of the Muslim countries aren't democratic has nothing to do with the US. The fact that 17 of the 20 most dangerous countries for the LGBTQ community are Muslims has nothing to do with colonialism. The fact that almost all of the most dangerous places in the world to be Christians are Muslim has nothing to do with imperialism. The Muslim world is huge. It has a lot of oil, and its failure has very little to do with colonialism. Look at the Jews. 1/3 of them were murdered by the Nazis. Israel has no oil and it is surrounded by enemies, and yet we are successful. And it's not because of American money. Most of that money has to be used to buy military equipment from American companies. And beside, the Palestinians get way more money. We are successful because we are open-minded, think outside the box, invest in education, and are not violent. This is true outside the Middle East too. Look at Arab Muslim communities in Europe. If there were violent riots in Paris